'Cause every night I will save your life, and every night I will be with you. 'Cause every night I still lay awake and I dream of an absolution. 'Cause every night I will make it right, and every night I will come to you. But every night it just stays the same in my dream of an absolution. And you'll see what you'll be, and you'll see all you can, every night, and every night, I will dream, and you'll see.
The sun is falling in the sky beyond. Light is fading from our world. The sun is falling in the sky beyond, and light is fading from our world. Now's the time of reckoning. The final battle has begun.
Alrighty, how the hell is it going, everybody? It is late as fuck, but not too late for starting a stream. Not too late for starting a stream. So how's it going, everybody? Chrisia, thank you for resubscribing. Let me go ahead and get through all the redeems that happened first before we start up. Tylo, thank you so much for resubscribing. Greatly appreciated. Blue Cat Shadow, thank you for resubscribing as well. Red Joker, thank you for the 100 bits. Started a hype train while I was not live again, which is what you guys seem to do all the time. Thank you for that. Bardlock Moses, thank you for the gifted sub. Laria Daisy, thank you for cheering for 100 bits. Bardlock Moses, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Mint Kuro, thank you for resubscribing. And Emicat, thank you for resubscribing. Lyrical Lazium, thank you for redeeming your points for Ada, you fucking degen. Bonbon, oh shit, Bonbon, can you do me a favor? Can you get all of the images that you made me and throw them into a Google Drive real quick so I can download them in a convenient way? I have to throw them into another folder on Google Drive for Yarakoro to have access to. And Salem, yes, I'll still be on in an hour. I've got 7 topics I'm staring at that I need to cover when I'm done eating. But yeah. Can't do it right now because I'm still in bed and have to go to school in like 2 minutes. Completely understandable. Completely understandable. Bonbon says you don't know how Google Drive works exactly. So are the images that you made? I mean, you'll have them on Discord. You'd have them on Discord. Basically, just download the images to your computer and then throw them onto Google Drive, and then send me the link to the Google Drive. All you do is you click the button that says that anybody with the link can edit that folder, and it will allow me to download from that folder. You have to try some stuff. Gotcha. Thank you very much, Bon Bon Berry. I appreciate it. Hey, sir, not sure how long I'll last tonight. I was getting ready for bed. I'll stay up. Please have a wonderful stream at night. Well, thank you, Vanguard Christie. I'm going to try my best, too. Pyro Boy Felix, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. But yeah, I am... Brain. Why did my brain just get... My brain just fried there. Vanguard Christie, don't try to push yourself. The whole reason I did like a 4-hour nap is because I pushed myself last night and ended up asleep for like only 3 hours. Let me see here. Calculator. So you don't know whether to be excited because there's a streaming or terrified because of the topics. Now I'm officially registered to vote. Awesome August day dream. Good shit. Amber Leachy says, I've got 7 foster kittens running rampant. Aww. Good kitties. Hopefully they go to good homes. You've actually been registered to vote since 1998, but you don't always vote. It just seems like an important thing to do, all things considered. Said, fun fact, a lot of people don't know. Trans women can have PMS stuff. I'm going to continue laying in bed cramping now. Well, yeah, it's almost as if PMS and other things that happen with your body are directly controlled by hormones, and by introducing certain hormones into the body, the likelihood that you would experience the biological realities of having those hormones in your body increase. It's almost as if that's how science works. You're depressed from an NFT I saw. Just a zoom in of pixels, and they have the gall to call that pixel art. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, NFTs are stupid. NFTs are stupid. Even if you get rid of, like, all of the environmental factors where NFTs are concerned. You restarted progesterone recently and forgot about this part. Yep. Balmont says I'm very excited for this weekend. Well, what's going on this weekend? Your kitty squirt decided to hop on your lap? Aw, that's adorable. How fucking much is 4,400 Ethereum? Hold on. That's 5 million fucking dollars! Who? Who the fuck does that? Alright. Alright, no. No, 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 no. This is gonna be a topic. This gonna be a topic. How much? 4,400 Ethereum is apparently $5.5 million. What's 5 mil? A fucking NFT? My god. Wait, is Cirrus gonna make money off NFTs? You know... Okay, look. Look, look, look. There is a part of me that truly considers every day starting up an NFT collection of some fucking kind and then just taking that money and immediately just paying all of my artists with it. Just being like, oh, somebody was dumb enough to pay $20,000 for this thing? Looks like each of my artists gets about $800 fucking dollars for some project of some kind. Jesus fucking Christ. Who fucking does that? You meant make money off NFTs by making a video? I mean, that's a thing that's gonna be happening as a guarantee. I just want to go off about how fucking stupid these things are. But here's the worst part. Deep Sea says Cirrus the Scan Cat. Oh. What are NFT ads? I will never do an ad read for an NFT company. Companies that do NFTs, sure, why not? Because, like, if Sega were to offer me something and Sega did stuff with an NFT company, that's just a thing that large corps are doing right now anyway. That's unavoidable. But a company that makes its bread and butter off of NFTs? Fuck no. 25 random pixels for 4,400 ETH. 4,400 Ethereum. Whomst. Whomst the fucketh. Why? Who does this? Who makes this decision? Who thinks this is an okay thing to do? Jesus fucking Christ. This is the ending song of fucking Sonic 06. I'm gonna run to get my potatoes out of the oven. Okay. Okay. So we need to have a talk about my lovely partner. We need to have a talk about Raziel. And how she's getting canceled on Twitter. Officially now. Because, and I'm going to do it. Eastbean, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. Alright. So, Raz goes into the kitchen when I go to grab my potatoes. And she is hungry as well. And she decides she is going to make herself a can of tomato soup. Now, Raz, in all of her intelligence, love, as opposed to taking the offer of a potato that I tried to give her, decides that she's going to cook this soup. She asks me to open the soup. So I open the soup. And I put it on the counter. And then Raz, immediately, within a microsecond, grabs a bag of apples off of the counter and immediately knocks the can of soup over right after I opened it. And then, directly afterwards, when I am trying to clean the soup, takes the soup that is left in the can and tries to put it on the stove for making food, which would be a great thing to do if I wasn't in the middle of cleaning up the soup! Honey, why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Fuck me, I'm a bully. I love you. You are a fully functioning adult. It's a lie I tell myself every day in the hopes that one day it will be true. I am a functioning adult with many problems, and one of them is you! What? Does that mean that the entire world is functioning adults? Because they're not you? Okay. I love you. I helped you with the soup, both the opening and the cleaning. I'm gonna eat my potatoes now. Nom. Nom. Dude. Walmart has these potatoes with cheese and bacon bits. They're like really crappy versions of the TGI Fridays potato skins. Oh, geez, Walmart. Yep.
Hashtag cancel Surus. He's bullying me. If you guys had weak hands and something wrong with your fucking joints,
It had nothing to do with your hands. You dropped nothing. It was sitting on the counter. The tomato soup was sitting on the counter.
I dropped it because I was focusing very hard on keeping the apples in my fucking hand.
Why did the apples even need to move? You
Because I needed to be able to make my sandwiches, so that way my soup and sandwiches.
I made both of your sandwiches earlier with that room. It was fine.
Yeah, because you're a bitch. I like things in order and to have space.
You like things in order?
Yes, that's why my room looks the way it does, and yours looks like that.
My love, you realize my room is doubling as a storage space after we fixed our bedroom.
That's why I gestured to the third of the fucking fourth of a room.
This is exactly how your desk looks 90% of the time.
Nah, mine has 4 snacks.
So yours is worse or better, depending on perspective.
More stacks means I win.
You don't want to fight a potato?
No, I don't want your fucking potato.
You don't want a potato?
No.
But they're really good.
Why are mommy and not mommy fighting? Bros, hoes, and non-binary bitches. I literally could not have made it any better. The can fucking flipped. It flipped and then fucking whamped onto the floor. It was glorious. It was beautiful. It was destructive. I still have tomato soup on my face. But I didn't mean for it to happen, and this motherfucker makes it seem like it fucking happened.
Toe money shot. Oh, I'm sorry for throwing the nightshade at you.
I'm gonna go make sure my sandwich is
I will never stop. Nitro says, Sirius, how are things? I'm eating potatoes. Alright. So, I still have 2 potato skins to eat. Yay. See? Two potato skins. And so, fun fact. We had to move these mattresses from the bedroom, and now they're just being used by Emrakul and Gigi. My office just gets used as storage, apparently. Immersion break. But Emrakul is living her best life. Yes, she is. Blah. A couple of things. At this point, your voice fits the model better than your face. Ha! Hello, honey. 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 Did the time you spent in here burn your sandwich? Ow. Are you okay? Are you okay, hon? My love? My love, I need you to turn around. I'm worried for your personal health. Honey? Okay. Boom. Couple of things. First things first. We are trying to help Gilly still. Use the exclamation mark Gilly command, and you will be able to do so if you have not already. Secondly, I I'm gonna go help Raz. Tell you what. Tell you what. I am going to go ahead and set up a video from Gilly whilst I help Raz. That's what I'm going to do, okay? Okay. If you guys want to subscribe to him, which you should, that's the link to do so. All right, I'm gonna be right back.
As played out as it may seem nowadays, covering bad
thank you for the
video
follow.
games has been a staple of gaming-related video content since the very beginning, and I don't ever really see that going away. Whether or not we like to admit it, I think most everybody loves a good old train wreck. Over the years, a lot of games have been ripped apart for being bad, broken, or just disappointing, but there's a select few that have stood out among the rest. Games that have such bad reputations that they've been deemed one of the worst games ever made. Now, bad games are a dime a dozen, that's true. There's countless garbage titles out there, but it takes a certain level of bad to actually be considered the worst of all time. Or does it? Today, unfortunately, I seek to find that out. I decided to put myself in the ring and experience firsthand the various games throughout gaming's history that have been awarded the worst of all time stamp, to see whether they really are deserving of that title, or if that claim is just hyperbole. This one is going to be quite the journey, so strap in, everybody. Alright, so I'm going to be looking at these games in chronological order of release, all the way back from some of the earliest days in gaming until present day. Meaning this video will inevitably be outdated sooner or later, but I'm not a time traveler or a psychic, so unfortunately, of all time means up until present day. With that out of the way, let's get into this. First up is one that actually led to a little history lesson that I'll get into in a little bit, but since we're going chronological here, I'll need to talk about this one first. Back in the early 80s, Pac-Man was a huge hit in the arcade. The amount of revenue it grossed for arcades was staggering, so making a home console version of the game was a no-brainer, and whoever did so would be sitting on piles of cash. And Atari were the ones to secure the exclusive rights with Midway to produce a home version. Atari getting the exclusive rights actually led to a lot of other companies making arguably better Pac-Man clones, most notable being a game called Casey Munchkin for the Magnavox Odyssey 2, and kicked off a slew of legal battles that would forever change how copyright law is handled when it comes to video games. For whatever reason though, when it came to the actual official Pac-Man game released by Atari, they made a lot of changes to the game, pretty much all for the worse. They apparently used a pretty small cartridge to fit it on, and judging by what they created, this was clearly rushed out in an effort to make the most money possible, and they even manufactured more Pac-Man cartridges than were console sales, assuming people who didn't own an Atari 2600 would just buy one for Pac-Man. Despite being the only official at-home version of Pac-Man, if you take a look at any of Atari's competitors' clones, it's very clear that Atari Pac-Man was the absolute worst at-home version at the time. Given the fact that Atari was top dog at this point, this was one of many nails in the coffin Atari had begun to make not only for themselves, but for the gaming industry as a whole, but we'll get to that in a bit. Atari Pac-Man, aesthetically, is very different from the arcade version. It looks worse, it sounds worse, the ghosts are seizure-inducing, and despite actually controlling pretty well, collision seems very off at times. Eating the pellets mostly works just fine, but often the elongated sprites don't actually reflect the collision that's programmed into the game, so a lot of times you'll accidentally not eat a pellet even though you've clearly made contact with it. That collision issue also extends to the walls of the maze, and for the most part it works, but sometimes I accidentally miss turns I didn't mean to miss, and the fact that the controls are pretty spot on make it even more apparent that something funky is going on here. Pac-Man also looks terrifying. All that being said though, even though this was a very lazy and rushed attempt at making a home console version of Pac-Man, for the most part, the core gameplay is still there. I totally understand being disappointed by it, but honestly, given the huge technological gap at the time between arcade and home console,
I feel like you could probably do much worse than this. Actually, one cool thing I noticed in this version is that when you eat the ghosts, they don't re-emerge until after the power-up wears off. I normally tend to avoid eating the ghosts as much as possible since eating them makes them respawn and puts them back in play, making them a threat again, but this is one where you can just eat the ghosts to your heart's content, and as long as you have the power-up, you're safe from harm. Now, don't get me wrong, this is without a doubt a really bad-looking and dopey version of Pac-Man, but I feel like if I was a kid at the time, I probably would have still enjoyed this. Home console versions of games at the time were never anywhere near as good as their original arcade counterparts, so as long as the core gameplay remains mostly intact, it would and does get somewhat of a pass for me. Is this like the absolute worst version of Pac-Man available on home console? I mean, I'd say so, but is it still Pac-Man? Yeah, I'd say that as well. It's still better than a lot of other original Atari games, that's for sure. Hey, real quick, I know you've definitely heard this 10 billion times by now, but if you happen to like what you're watching, consider subscribing. YouTube hasn't liked me very much for a while, and subscribing absolutely has a huge impact on this channel's success. So if you want to see the stuff I make, maybe tap that sub button. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. At this point, I'm sure everyone has heard this story by now a million times over, but for the sake of at least being a little thorough and just in case some of you somehow haven't heard, I'll briefly go over it. Atari is often credited for being responsible for the first big success of home console video games. Before that, games were relegated to the arcade, but love them or hate them, Atari played a big part in video games becoming what we know them as today. They also, according to many, single-handedly almost destroyed the reputation of home video games in what was known as the video game crash of 1983. Atari were raking in the big bucks, and they were seemingly unstoppable. Some even referred to the Atari 2600 as a license to print money. The problem is, they were so successful that they really weren't all too concerned about the large quantity of titles that were available, and also didn't care about their quality either. So many games were coming out left and right, and Atari wasn't exactly doing a great job of vetting the software for their platform. This led to often a steep drop in quality, resulting in a loss of trust from the consumer, which then, surprising to no one, caused a huge decline in video game sales, and among a few infamous titles such as Pac-Man, the licensed movie tie-in game based on the 1982 movie E.T. the Extraterrestrial essentially served as a catalyst for the entire video games industry to come crashing down. At the time, E.T. was a big deal. It was hyped up as this big holiday game, and assuming it would be a huge success, they printed, let's just say, a whole ton of copies. As the story goes, the game sucked, seemingly nobody liked it, and Atari was left holding the bag. They ended up with a large surplus of copies and nobody left to buy them, along with a lot of other games and products nobody wanted to buy anymore either. So the rumor for years was that they buried them all in a desert, a story that actually, despite sounding like an urban legend, turned out to be more or less true. But alas, let's get back to the topic at hand, the game itself. E.T. for the Atari 2600 has gone down in history as the de facto quote-unquote worst game of all time. Actually, out of everything I'm going to talk about in this video, this one is the one that's definitely known by most as the worst. Whether that be because of the impact it had or because of the backlash it spawned even decades later, the illustrious title of worst game of all time sure is one low bar to live up to. Prior to this video, I had never played it before, but I've heard from many people throughout the years that it's bad, but it's not that bad. It's like still playable. Having played it for myself now, I share the same sentiment. The main problem is the lack of direction. There's symbols all over the place. You constantly fall in holes that you need to get out of very slowly. Depending on the difficulty you choose, you get chased by two enemies that can either take away items you've collected or drag you to another screen. It's like you're running around like a chicken without a head with no clear goal and nothing in the game conveys what you're supposed to do. All you really need to do, though, is collect 3 pieces of a telephone and then make it to the correct area to phone home to beat the game. You have a limited amount of steps you can take before you get a game over, and you basically need to walk around from screen to screen, and if a question mark pops up, you can press the action button to reveal which hole houses the missing phone part you're looking for. Once you collect all 3, you need to walk around till you see this spaceship icon pop up. Press the action button again, and a timer will start. You then need to make your way back to the forest area that you started the game in, find this square icon, and press the action button again to be picked up and beat the game. That's it. There really isn't much to it. I have to say, playing on the higher difficulties is infuriating, but playing on the easy difficulty isn't too bad apart from it being frustratingly easy to fall into the same hole over and over again while you're trying to get out of it. This is a very trial and error type of game, and I'm sure some kids who figured out how to play it did manage to get many minutes of fun out of it. This game sucks. It does. It really does. But it's by no means the worst game I've ever played, and I think its reputation is mostly hyperbole turned accepted fact due to the fallout from its release and the history surrounding it. The 80s and a lot of the 90s were the Wild West.
Okay, that is as far as I am going in there for now. Again, the video is here. If you have not checked out Gilly's channel, please consider doing so. Also, you can use the !Gilly command, because we are also trying to help him out with this stream, and probably a few others. So, that stuff. That stuff. Given an Otari console, built him with lots of files, including Pitfall. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. Who bought Atari again? I don't know. Yeah, I was born in 92. I wasn't quite old enough for Atari either. Ow, there goes my back. So you grew up on Xbox? I grew up on an N64. Okay. My first game console was the DS Lite. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get a ton of use out of my original DS, but I got a fuck ton of use out of my DS Lite. I think it was just that, like, the screen brightness on the DS wasn't that great compared to the Lite. Not to mention, just... the Lite just felt better. The Lite just felt better. So you grew up on the Wii? The Wii's a good console to grow up on. I liked my Wii. I still have my Wii. SNES was best, though. I'm gonna be honest. I like the SNES. I love it in retrospect, but the more I think about the SNES, the more limited I feel like the type of games were on the SNES. And this was a problem shared by the NES as well. Like, let's think about the type of games that were on that console. First-person shooter. Very, very limited. There was, like, a tiny handful. Like, we had Doom. We had... I believe there was a Wolfenstein port as well that wasn't too terribly great. There was that Jurassic Park game. There were beat-em-ups, a lot of those. My favorite being one that a lot of people don't like. And that was, whatchamacallit? Marvel, not Marvel vs. Capcom. Maximum Carnage. Spider-Man Maximum Carnage. So a lot of RPGs on the SNES. So I used to think that. But the more I go back through the SNES library, the more I realize It didn't actually have a ton of RPGs on it all the time, like all things considered. Jihadi the Hunter says, "Hi, sir. Been watching your vids for a while. First time I caught a stream. Love your stuff." Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Like, okay, RPG-wise, Mario RPG, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6. Here in the States, we only got 4 and 6. Ring of Fire. Like, what other major RPGs were there for? There was a Tales of game on it. Yeah, Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire. Secrets of Mana was one as well. Saga was on the Game Boy. Saga was Game Boy. Earthbound is one. I don't know what Champions of Norath is. Oh, 7th Saga? Okay, that's a different one. I'm thinking Saga, the game that became Final Fantasy Legend here. Mario RPG was the first one I named. Wasn't there at least one Saga game on the SNES? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Like, all things considered, I think the SNES, despite having a good handful of RPGs, did not have anywhere near... Like, we didn't have the RPG boom yet. I think the RPG boom here in the West happened around the time that Final Fantasy VII came out. So by comparison, we got a lot more on the PlayStation 1. Toe Jam and Earl was Sega. So the majority of old games I've played was on the Xbox, the Sonic Ultimate Genesis Collection. Lots of games on that. Nice. So PS1 was also much more powerful than the SNES. It doesn't matter. Like, that hardly matters when we're talking about RPGs. Like, all that matters for an RPG is the ability to have length, and the N64 showed us you can have a decently lengthy RPG, but console manufacturer, or not, game manufacturers largely went the Squeenix route. Like, the PS1 being stronger than the SNES doesn't matter in terms of RPGs. Those aren't games that require a whole lot of processing power for the most part. Have you seen the Infinity spoilers? I have. Like, on the N64, I think we had Mario, Paper Mario, Quest 64, and Ogre Battle. And I want to say that's about as much as we got. Also, discs are cheap to press, cartridges are very expensive. Again, that didn't matter. Like, at the time, like, as a factoid, yes, that is true, but during the SNES era, that didn't matter because we didn't have a disc-based system aside from the Sega CD. Like, being able to make games cheaper didn't matter when literally everything was based off of cartridge at that point. Also, the PlayStation 1 wasn't in competition with the SNES, so that's also not super relevant. Like, by comparison to the N64, absolutely, but when we're talking about the SNES, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was a competition with the N64. I wasn't talking about the N64. I was talking about the Super Nintendo. Like, I was confused as to why the PlayStation 1 came up in that conversation. The only consoles that had discs were the GameCube, Wii, and Wii U. Yep. Remember when Sony tried making discs work for handheld? That was interesting. The RPG boom around the time of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, that's why I was saying that, like, the SNES wasn't really a home to a ton of RPGs. It had a handful of RPGs on it, some good ones. But compared to what would come later... Like, I brought up the RPG boom because compared to what we would see on consoles later, the SNES did not have a lot there. I think the SNES is fondly remembered as a haven for RPGs because the handful of RPGs it does have are some of the most prolific in the industry. They're some of the most well known. Anubian, I'm checking fan art. I don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing. Are you talking about the Sonic thing? Is Pokemon an RPG? Yes. In every way, shape, and form. That's why like a lot of modern day Pokemon games bother me because they kind of fail as RPGs. That's why I liked Arceus so much. I feel like Arceus succeeded as an RPG. Yeah, the SNES gave us Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI. And Chrono Trigger and Mario RPG and the first Tales of game. And those things together kind of cement the SNES's legacy as this RPG machine. Is it in the Breath of Fire series? The Breath of Fire series, though, is a lot more niche. I feel like if you ask most, like, random gamers about the Breath of Fire series, they're not going to remember it. Whereas if you say Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger, more so Final Fantasy, it's going to be known instantly. Is it fun? So degree research, you discovered those games long after the console's death. I blame Ross. In a rather obscure game, Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest was a fucking clusterfuck. Since SNES had a pretty good line. Chrono Trigger, Breath of Fire, Illusion of Gaia, Super Mario RPG, Terranigma, Secret of Mana, Lufia, Final Fantasies, Ogre Battle, Tales of Phantasia, Star Ocean, Dragon Quest. Oh, fuck, SNES had Dragon Quest. Completely forgot about that. Completely forgot about Dragon Quest. I don't even know why I forgot about that. I'm not a true Akira Toriyama fan, everybody. I can't be. I'm awful. I completely forgot. Axolotl says, I'm going to my first con on Saturday. Anything to know? Yeah, use deodorant. Bring headache medicine. Keep snacks in a bag on hand. Food at conventions is super expensive, and you don't want to have, like, a blood sugar drop or something. Like, a bag of trail mix will do you a fuck ton of good. So apples are ideal or sliced oranges. To keep in a bag, they'll bruise. I disagree with bringing non-dried fruit. How's it going, Graves? If you've got a thermos of some kind that you can, like, strap, like, onto yourself with a shoulder strap, then by all means, bring that and fill it with ice water. I think the SNES in Japan, anyway, had some good anime tie-in games. Didn't the SNES have, like... Or was it the NES that had the Ranma 1/2 game? It was one of the two. But yeah, drinks at the convention are going to be expensive, too. Just go to the local bathroom and fill up a thermos of water. Wear comfy clothes, toe shoes if you're going to a Renfest. Well, yeah, but this is for axolotls. They're going to a not a Renfest, but a regular convention, Anime Con. Another thing, very important thing. Axolotls. Be careful. Anime conventions are a wonderful place to be with a lot of like-minded people that are really cool. You also can find stalkers there very fast. Like, before I ever started becoming a streamer, I actually got a stalker who attached himself to me when I was at Dragon Con. Stalkers, yeah, somebody that sees you, says hi, starts conversation with you, and then attaches themselves to you wherever you go, and shadows you wherever you go. Like, that was my experience. I don't want to have that experience again. Do you source some Sonic OSTs after identifying both Google interests and some sources in trim music? Oof. This isn't really six. It's fine. It was 6 years ago. It was 6 years ago. I'm fine. Be careful with your money. Yes. Said you're going with lots of people you know as well. Good. Oh, also, something very important. If you are planning on spending money at the convention on things, please note, the vendor hall will always be much, much, much cheaper on the last day than on the first two. There is something to be said about supporting the artists and people who work the boutiques at the vendor hall. There's also something to be said about not spending a fuck ton of money when you don't have to. Buy on the last day. Good con etiquette, do not haggle. Correct. Don't haggle, just wait for sale day. Just wait for sale day. What if there's like a really hot item, though? I mean, it depends. What do you mean by a really hot item? If it's something that's likely to disappear before sale day, then, you know, get it. If it's something that's not going to disappear before sale day, then, you know, don't. Did you ever get really invested in Call of Duty Zombies? No. So, like, I like Call of Duty Zombies, but I wouldn't say that I ever got really invested into it. I only ever even played it on in Black Ops and World at War. And that was as far as I went. I need to figure out how to order. How to order. Okay, I have a question. Who here has PayPal credit? And if you have PayPal credit, who here has the actual card? You do not have that? Not allowed to use PayPal? Nope. Okay. You refuse to use credit cards? I typically refuse to, but I also recognize that, like, I needed to build my credit score very badly, and a PayPal card helped with that. Also, like, granted, we needed to pay off the credit card during the last subathon, but that credit line basically made it to where I was able to pay Cherry and Yara and other artists for their work on time. I'm just trying to figure out how I would actually get a card sent to me, because I found... So you're glad you don't use PayPal? Fuck you over artist. Bear in mind, though, like, as you start having to figure out stuff with funds, eventually you have to make the choice between pragmatic, like being pragmatic, using something that is useful and helpful, and sticking with, you know, avoiding every single corporation you can. Gamer JM says, "Boy, am I mad." Why are you mad? So you got a credit card through Sophie? Yeah, but I don't know what Sophie is. Cappy the Barra says, "I've never made it to your stream live. Hope your night's going well, sirs." It's going decently well. Gamer JM says, "I don't know about you, but I'm really sick of upper-class people who've never had to choose between paying their rent, buying groceries, or medications. Debate on whether or not disabled folks in sub-poverty should receive the support to live." Oh, that's a good reason to be mad. That's a very good reason to be mad. You're right. We've actually got a decent bit of people in this chat right now who have to deal with that struggle every single day. I get it. How's it going, RTOT? Everett GA, thank you for the posture check. Payments, benefits. What is... Benefits, credit service, faded, the dimensional alerts, report, speed cards, more options. Okay. Wow, that's a dumb chat. Don't like that. So you can set picture your suit, gravies. Oh, the cats have found a bug. They're gonna kill it. Emrakul, you dummy. Emrakul. Just arrived. What do you miss? You haven't missed anything yet? Benefits. What is... Okay, these are all just places that I can use the PayPal credit, but that's not helping me. Not going to be able to work on the animation commission for the 22nd to the 26th since I'm going to be out of town for the Ren Fair. I don't like taking my iPad with me on trips, but I'll be back to it when I get home. Stoff, by all means, take your time. I appreciate you letting me know. Worst Pokemon you used when you played a Pokemon game? I don't know if I can think of a worst one. I've never really been a big fan of Shedinja. But... Leddyba also... Yeah, Leddyba was kind of disappointing. RTOTs is so weird that after a year of shenanigans with the whole Artesian build situations, not only did I get my original money back, but I also got the computer originally built at a significant discount. Yep, they gotta liquidate that. Yep. Gotta liquidate their stock. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. You want to say Zubat? Nah, I unironically love Zubat. Any game that I can get a Zubat in, I will probably use it in my party for a significant amount of time. Even Arceus, I went full on through the entire game with the Zubat I caught near the beginning. Just kept it as a Crobat. Second reading of the Canada Disability Benefit Act. I bet you can guess how that went. I'm not as familiar with Canada's disability stuff. Why not Golbat? Because you have to evolve it into Golbat. You take the Zubat and you evolve it. And then you take the Golbat and you evolve it into Crobat. Like, I kept my Zubat and evolved it into a Crobat. What about Woobat? Woobat's not the one that turns into Noivern, right? No. No. Noivern is actually one of my favorite Pokemon. Navi the Neko, thank you for resubscribing. But no, I'm not a big fan of Woobat or Snoobat. It was a big day full of nonsense and rich people worrying about people taking advantage if they didn't word it exactly right. It's agitating because you think about it, you're like, hey, you know, if people end up taking advantage of some of these benefits, what's the worst thing that happens? A couple of disabled people get more benefits? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Jeebus. BT Dubs, if anybody wants to take more than a few steps in a cave without, you know, upsetting Zubats, just buy a repel. That option has always been available to you. Erg, you guys are not Italy. The corruption is not endemically pushing to teenagers. What? Doesn't make Zubat any less annoying, though, but it literally does. If you use a repel in a cave, the Zubats, by definition, become less annoying. Because now you're not dealing with as many Zubats. Actually, I'm not going to lie. Diglett and Dugtrio are probably much worse to deal with. Because they have Arena Trap. Repels are money. Yeah, a repel costs as much as a Pokeball. Repels aren't that expensive. Because they're ground type? No, they have Arena Trap. It's the issue that, like, you get into a fight with a Dugtrio, and then Arena Trap happens, and you're like, I don't want to be in this fight anymore. And the Dugtrio goes, no, 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 no. You're in the fight with me. And you're like, but you're level 31! And I've got level 10s and 20s. And the Dugtrio's like, sucks to be you. Arena Trap. Also, Magnitude. Die. That's why I hate Trapinch. Yeah, I don't like it when a wild Pokemon can stop me from running away, especially when I do an actual Nuzlocke challenge. Said, why would I buy a Repel when I could get a Pokeball then? Because the Pokeball will get rid of one Zubat, and the Repel will get rid of 100. Do you think you'll do a Pokemon Nuzlocke on stream? Probably. I just need to get a better balance between doing topics and doing, like, discussion stuff. Like, right now, what we're doing right now, just talking back and forth, this is one of my favorite parts of the stream. Like, this is one of my favorite parts of the stream. But it also works against me very badly because it's not time that I'm doing the topics, which is agitating. I don't know how Shark and Vosh manage it without, like, serious burnout. I don't know how they do it, but I'll do it too, because fuck. Did you hear about how Nintendo views Nuzlocks? Yeah. Yeah, they're a little stupid. They're a little stupid. We view Nuzlocks the same way as ROM hacks. How the fuck do you do that? How in the ball sacks do you even get close to that idea? So that was actually debunked? Was it debunked? Because the people who were talking about it, like, I remember there being a thread. So that was a made-up lie. Can you give me evidence on that? Because I've not seen anything debunking it. I've seen people disputing it, but a dispute is not a debunk. Let me see. Let's take a look here. I want to take a look. Let's see. You know what? Nah, we're not gonna do it like this. We're gonna be efficient. We're gonna be smart. I've got a couple articles set on this. If it's randomized and they hate it. Okay, that doesn't debunk literally the thing they said then. Like, the problem is when they were working on Nintendo Minute. That's what ended up happening. They're talking about content on the official Nintendo YouTube channel. This is just gonna be a topic. I'm just gonna be smart about this. How does a ROM hack hurt Nintendo? Because in Nintendo's eyes, if you get a ROM hack, you're not buying a regular Pokemon game. Ignoring the fact that most people who do ROM hacks are people who've bought, like, a significant chunk of the Pokemon games. So we're just gonna make this a topic. It's gonna be Discovery. So Nintendo Live thinks that there was a miscommunication. How is... Nuzlocks have existed for, like, fucking 15 years. How is there a miscommunication? We'd like to do a Nuzlocke. Nintendo of Japan. What? What is that? What's a Nuzlocke? We have never heard. We have no idea what that is. Are we in the middle of anything right now? We're about to be. TCBI and Nintendo say that when they're cool with playing. However, again, that is entirely not based on the context of what happened. The context was that Nintendo views them as the exact same thing for their specific channel, ignoring the fact that people who actually play Pokemon a lot do Nuzlocks. So Nuzlocke is a mystery, too. Don't know what it is for real. I linked the article. I have the article. I'm gonna go over the article. I'm gonna go over the article here in a second. Like, we're gonna go over it in real time. We're gonna do this from position 1 to end position. Also, yeah, ROM hacks. The problem with a ROM hack is it's not the same as modding. So, let me rephrase. ROM hacking is the same as modding, but because it involves getting a bespoke version of the game copied onto a PC, therein lies the problem. Like, if Nintendo released their stuff on PC and then was against modding, then we'd have a problem. Like, give you guys a set of phrases, can you just spam them in chat for a minute or two? All right, Salem, you've got the floor. What's the phrases? What's the phrases, Salem? Oh. Yeah, pick one of those phrases and spam it. I guess. Did you get your screenshot? Okay. Okay. Let's get... Where's the fan art area? Alrighty. There we go. That looks like a dick. And that. Don't worry, guys. There will be plenty of coins. Yeah, this is Chemical Plant from Sonic 2. All right. All right, so let's talk about this Nintendo Life thing. Let's talk about... No, it's not Nintendo Life. I need to get rid of that one. It was bad. That was bad. OBS videos. Kill. Alrighty, let's go ahead and talk about this this Pokemon thing that happened recently with Nintendo. We're going to go ahead and go through a couple articles talking about it, and then we'll come to our own conclusions at the end here. Because it was originally me talking with chat about this, but then I realized this is probably something that there's a handful of people in my audience care about. So we need to talk about Nuzlocke challenges now. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and get into the fan art section. First one we have here is from Makashin IRL. Said more coins. More coins. I mean, yep, they are more coins. They are perler bead candy coins. And you know what? They look good. Despite me wanting to avoid all the coins. Said from the top to the bottom, left to right. Oh, the terrible one. Ara. Oh. I really love making content creator candy and perlers. I'll also be making a candy set based on Cirrus's vibes and colors. You know, this makes me think. I actually need to get like a pixel art version of my character that can be turned into a perler bead thing that I can hang up like on a door. Anyways, the next one we have here is from Tylo. Said work in progress on Demon Hunter Cirrus. I am not prepared for whatever this ends up being. Because I am a terrible WoW player, and I don't know any joke when it comes to Demon Hunters, except you are not prepared. Because, I don't know, in case of emergency, break Illidan glass. The last one we have here is from Reef, Slime Robot Cat Girl. Sorry, not too good. And by the way, my name is pronounced Rafe. Oh, Rafe. No worries, just last time you said it wrong. Fair enough. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name, Rafe, and now I've got it right. Thank you for the correction. As always, everyone, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop to the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, if you haven't subscribed already, hit the bell notification icon or gone over to the Patreon, please consider doing so. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get into the content itself. So, let's figure out where this actually all came from. It came from this clip right here. Let's take a listen.
And if so, do you have any stories to tell? Well, we have a great story to tell. And if so, do you have any stories
So, have you played a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon? If so, do you have any stories to tell? Okay.
to tell? Well, we have a great story to tell about this, where we thought that this would be a fun idea for a Nintendo Minute video.
We did, yeah.
So we pitched it to the Pokemon company
And we
and
did
say, hey,
not get slapped.
we would like to do a Nuzlocke run. What do you think?
And they thought they were going to fire us.
They said, here's what we think. Bam!
Yeah, no, seriously. I was like, oh, shoot.
So they said, we consider this to be on the same level as using like hack game, ROM hacks.
Like, how is that the same?
Excuse me?
I don't know how, again, how they get to these
This
decisions.
is just a style of playing a game that everybody can buy. There's no hacking.
Yeah, they're
You're
not
just playing the
using
game.
anything weird.
That was truly, again, one of the more like,
What?
wait, what? Responses.
Yeah. And there was a lot of creators that played Nuzlocke, a style of Pokemon. They got like erased from
Yeah, it
their
was
creator
gone.
program.
So now you can see like why people got afraid to propose what seemed like very basic ideas.
Yeah.
Because there was such just unpredictability of like,
Of
am I going to
reactions.
get like in huge trouble for
We
suggesting
really did. Like we
normal
got in
thing?
huge, and like the thing is like once you get in trouble,
then
they
that's your
don't wanna-
reputation.
They don't want to trust you
Yeah.
again. You like lose access to all
Right.
these things.
So you do nothing.
Exactly. Or you make curry.
And you-
All right, so that's where the origin of Nintendo doesn't know what a Nuzlocke is, or Nintendo creates issues where Nuzlocks are concerned, not knowing what a Nuzlocke is. There's a clarification given by the people who posted this first. We're going to look at that clarification and then look at a couple articles here. To clarify, by the way, creators that didn't work for Nintendo weren't getting blacklisted for doing just Nuzlocks. You'd have to be doing a randomizer or something with it. TPC probably didn't know a regular Nuzlocke was just self-imposed rules on a normal game. So, let's go ahead and talk about this for just a little bit before we go too much further. What is a Nuzlocke where Pokemon is concerned? So, Sirs, what is a Nuzlocke? I'm getting into it. So, A Nuzlocke is a style of house rule with the Pokemon games, where instead of going through the games normally, you treat any Pokemon that faints as dead. If a Pokemon faints in your party, even going to the Pokemon Center, the Pokemon's considered dead, it's gone. You no longer have access to that Pokemon. Typically, players will either take their Pokemon and put it into a box labeled dead or the fallen or something like that, or they'll just release the Pokemon into the wild completely in order to have the full-on emotional weight of your Pokemon's dead, it's not coming back. Second rule usually is you need to nickname any Pokemon that you get. Nicknaming the Pokemon increases your affection for them, your affiliation with them, so that if you have 3 Rattata and they all die, they weren't just 3 Rattata in your inventory, they were, Sparky, Summer, and Shu. The last rule that is usually imposed is if you enter a new area, so let's say you go into Viridian City and you go up to the route that's between Viridian City and Viridian Forest, that is considered an area. You are only allowed 1 Pokemon per area of the game. You don't... Like, if you're in Pallet Town, at the beginning of the game, you have your starter. That is your Pokemon for that area. Then you go north and you encounter a Pidgey. If you don't catch that Pidgey, you don't catch Pokemon in that area. Period. That's typically how those rules work. There are some people that will reset their game repeatedly so that they do not encounter a Pokemon in the starting area until they get their Pokeballs. However you decide you want to go about it is up to you for that. But the idea is limited number of Pokemon, only the first ones you find in any given area, and the Pokemon die if they faint. That's it. Well, you mentioned Team Nuzlocks? No, because it's largely irrelevant. So, all of that is stuff that can be done and is almost always done without modding a game. That is just a set of house rules one imposes on themselves. Said that was 1 per route. 1 per route, but people also will go 1 per area. So, like, if you go into Cerulean City, you have the ability to fish up a Magikarp in there and put that Magikarp on your team. But likewise, you wouldn't be able to catch the Magikarp in the cave right next to Mount Moon. Like, you wouldn't be able to get the Magikarp in the Pokemon Center. Sorry. The Pokemon Center right next to Mount Moon. You wouldn't be able to get that Magikarp that you get for 500 Pokedollars if you had already gotten, like, a Jigglypuff or a Nidoran in the grass directly below that Pokemon Center. I've always seen 1 per route and 1 per area being the same thing. But a route would be considered an area. Said some rules are the Nuzlocke doesn't start until you get the Pokeballs. Again, none of these matter. The basics of the Nuzlocke are there. Any variations you put on the Nuzlocke are entirely up to you. Are you allowed to use Potion? It's up to you. There are some people that do no healing routes. There are some people that don't. The minutia of it doesn't matter. The main rules are 1 Pokemon per area. Pokemon die when they are killed. And usually nickname your Pokemon. That's it. Those are the rules that matter. Any other rule, not super important. That is a self-imposed thing you chose to add on to it. What do you say about the Eevee in Celadon City? Take or no? Did you catch a Pokemon in Celadon City? No? Take the Eevee. If you decide to fish in that one lake in Celadon City that's just randomly there, then you don't get your Eevee. That would be my take. 1 per area. So, now, what is TPC? TPC is the Pokemon Company. So when I see a tweet like this that says, the Pokemon Company probably didn't know a regular Nuzlocke was just self-imposed rules on a normal game. Nuzlocke rules have been a thing for years. Let's actually see here. When was the first Nuzlocke? So, the idea came from a webcomic named Nick Franco, who goes by the moniker Nuzlocke. Franco created a series called Pokemon Hard Mode and drew a comic illustrating the concept in 2010, using Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire as a foundation. 12 years then. 12 years. In those 12 years, we have had Pokemon Black and White, Pokemon Black and White 2. We have had Pokemon X and Y. We have had Pokemon Legends Arceus. We have had Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We have had Pokemon Sword and Shield. We have had Ultra Sapphire and Ultra... we've had Ultra Sapphire and Ultra Ruby, ORAS. We've had Sun and Moon. 3 or 4 generations of Pokemon games since Nuzlocke became a thing. Omega Ruby, whichever. See, I know Pokemon as well as the Pokemon Company does. Look at that. We're making progress today. Anyways, ORAS aside, these ideas have existed for 12 years. And the company, especially a company that is a portion of it that is dedicated to its social media presence, you would think would know what the fuck that is. Is it Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby? Okay. Let the nerds complain in the comments, drive up engagement. Yes, if you wish to correct me on anything I ever say ever, please do. At least 10 times in the comment section. By all means. Every day it's estimated that 10,000 people learn about the thing everyone knows about every day. And while true, you would think that the company responsible for the game would know the most popular set of house rules that is used for the game by its community in the last decade. When you think custom rules for Pokemon, Nuzlocke is the first one that comes up 9 times out of 10. On any top 10 list, on any video, on did you know whatever the hell, Nuzlocke is the first thing that comes up, typically speaking. If you say a Nuzlocke challenge in a group of nerds at a card shop, most people there will know what the hell that is. And yet the Pokemon Company did not, awkwardly. So, we have a couple of articles here, one from Nintendo Life and another one from Eurogamer. This isn't the first time I've responded to a Nintendo Life article. The last time it was one that was done by Stuart Gipp. And then we had him on Sunset City afterwards. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll make an enemy here as well, and we'll invite another person onto Sunset City. Who knows? Said, well, here's your bizarre news story of the week. In a clip posted on Twitter via the latest episode of the Kit and Krista podcast, the ex-Nintendo employees received a question from one of their Patreon supporters on whether they've played a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon. This prompted the pair to recount a story in which they pitched an idea to the Pokemon Company to play a Nuzlocke run on an episode of the Nintendo Minute. Apparently, their suggestion was not only promptly shut down, but they came close to being fired, with the Pokemon Company stating that the Nuzlocke challenge is on the same level as a hack or a ROM. Naturally, this might come as a shock to those familiar with the challenge. For those uninitiated, it's a self-imposed set of community rules. We've already gone over this. Regardless of your familiarity with the challenge, our brief overview should make it clear that it's not the same as a ROM hack. It's simply the self-imposed restrictions that take place within the core parameters of the game. Kit and Krista were shocked by the reaction for the Pokemon Company and highlighted its unpredictability in regards to community suggestions. Since the release of the clip, Cerebi webmaster Joe Merrick stated he had contacted the Pokemon Company regarding the claim, who confirmed that players are free to play Pokemon games in whichever way they see fit, so long as it remains within the confines of the game itself. We do not have any issues with fans or creators playing the games with Nuzlocke rules. Now, I sincerely hope that everybody who has a modicum of reading proficiency can tell that that is not actually a response to the claim. If I say, hey, did your employee experience this thing that happened at your company? And your response is, we here at the company encourage our consumers to do whatever they see fit with our product. I sincerely hope everybody sees how that response has nothing to do with the question, outside of the fact that a Nuzlocke is still being talked about. Now, while there's no doubt that Kit and Krista's story is true, we suspect that there may have been some miscommunication regarding the definition of hacks and ROMs and their relation to the Nuzlocke Challenge. It's possible that while the Pokemon Company has no issue with the Nuzlocke Challenge itself, it perhaps wasn't keen on the challenge being showcased via an official channel such as Nintendo Minute. Regardless, Kit and Krista appear to have taken the controversy in stride, posting an amusing tweet yesterday evening. We should do a Nuzlocke run. All right, now we're going to look at the same conversation over on Eurogamer to see where there's any parallels here. And we'll come to a conclusion ourselves. The Pokemon Company has responded to a claim by the two former hosts of a YouTube series, Nintendo Minute, that the company would not let them feature a Nuzlocke run during an episode. Nintendo Minute was a weekly series which ended in December 2021. The show was hosted by former PR managers for Nintendo of America, Kit Ellis and Krista Yang. Since Nintendo Minute ended, the pair left Nintendo and went on to create their own podcast. In episode 31 of Kit and Krista podcast, when responding to the questions submitted through Patreon, Ellis and Yang recalled a time where they had brought up the idea of a Nuzlocke run to the Pokemon Company, which, okay, we are talking about the same thing now. We're where we were. We don't need to rehash what was said in the video. We've already got that. Any Pokemon you have faints. In each area, you only catch the first wild Pokemon you encounter. Some people choose not to play with other constraints. We already know all that as well. Yang made a further claim regarding people who were part of the Nintendo Creators Program. There were a lot of creators that played Nuzlocke-style Pokemon that got erased from the Creator Program. Yang said, and the pair also claimed the bad reactions would put creators off from suggesting ideas for fear of their reputation with the Pokemon Company. The Pokemon Company has responded to the remarks made by Ellis and Yang in a statement issued to Eurogamer. The Pokemon Company International does not have any issues with any fans playing the games with Nuzlocke rules, which again is the same claim made in the last part, which is the exact same thing we already dealt with. It's identical. Now, let's go over a couple things here real quick. Let's go ahead and get the Nintendo Creator Program up. Now, what was the Nintendo Creator Program? Well, a creator would email Nintendo requesting a partnership and receive a message that would allow them to put something in the description of their video, which would allow Nintendo to take a quarter of the creator's ad revenue and would prevent them from receiving copyright takedowns and notices. Now, the reason that this happened in the first place is Nintendo used to get incredibly ban happy with people and copyright strike happy with anybody using their content on the platform. Y'all remember that? Hopefully you do. It showed that YouTube's copyright system was inherently broken. Many people accused Nintendo of not being able to handle criticism towards the actual program itself. The program itself wasn't super effective. All things considered, it was a giant fustercluck. There was no reason for the program to even need to exist. People playing your video game on a website like YouTube is literally free advertising for you. There's been a lot of decisions that Nintendo has made in regards to YouTube existing, which I will never agree with. One of them being, do y'all remember the Subspace Emissary for Super Smash Bros.? Do you know why we haven't gotten another Subspace Emissary in a future Super Smash Bros. Game? Another storied Smash Bros. Game? Because Nintendo said, at one point, that all of the content from the game got leaked onto YouTube, and so what was the point of even having a story if it was going to be spoiled on the internet? All right, cool. If we take that exact same argument that nobody should make any RPG ever, nobody should make any game with a story ever. In fact, actually, movies with stories shouldn't be shown at all. They shouldn't. Absolutely not. It could get spoiled by people on the internet. Don't you know? Leaked, you mean people were playing the fucking game? Yeah. So, We've seen this type of decision with Nintendo in the past, where they have taken the complete back-asswards approach to their content creators. So, what can we take from this recent debacle with the Pokemon Company? Because remember, the Pokemon Company is not Nintendo. The Pokemon Company itself is their own thing. They're a second-party developer for Nintendo. So Red 8 Family is A-okay to show? Sure, why not? We'll show the entire thing. So, what is this show? Professor Tesla, thank you very much for the subscription. 9 months, eh? And you still haven't gotten rid of me? Nope, not yet. For me, the initial response and the claim made by the company afterwards do not line up. The initial response that we don't want to show this on the Nintendo Minute because we view it on the same level as a ROM hack, and the claim that the company came out later and said, we're fine with anybody using this this method of playing the game. These can exist in the exact same world because one statement does not contradict nor debunk the other. Now, there is another side of this that needs to be considered, though. There's a separate claim, the claim that various creators were being taken off of the YouTube Creator Program for doing Nuzlocks. There is a secondary type of Nuzlocke that is very, very popular to use, and it's a Nuzlocke randomizer. Think you get out of Pallet Town, and a level 71 Mewtwo comes ready to just ream your asshole, and you're sitting there with, you know, the Magikarp you got because you don't get a regular starter, you get whatever starter the game randomly gave you, and you're just sitting there like, oh, okay, this is fine. This is fine. Oh, but don't worry. Your second playthrough, you started off with a level 20 Muck, and there was a level 1 Gyarados somehow magically sitting inside the grass, and you caught it, and it still only had Splash. Congratulations. That type of wackiness is what a randomizer gives you. And a randomizer is actually a ROM hack, and Nintendo has a huge issue with ROM hacks. This is where I'm going to come into a little bit of a gray area. I am for game modification. I believe that game modding should be allowed and encouraged. In fact, actually, people taking your game and innovating on it is not only how you create more game developers in the future who will have a passion for the craft, but it's also how you keep your game series alive. In fact, one of the ways of, like, I view this way with ROMs as well, right? There are some games that existed only in ROM form for the majority of people who played it, and then ended up going on to create some of the most successful franchises for their particular developers. A great example of this is Shantae. Shantae is a series which, if you haven't played it, please, you really should. But Shantae was a late release for the Game Boy Color that almost nobody fucking played. And then the speedrunning community got a hold of it. But problem, recording off of a Game Boy is a bit asinine. So in comes Game Boy emulators. And playing Shantae as a speedrunner with a Game Boy emulator becomes a popular thing to do. At the very least, it exposes a lot of people to this game. Guess what? Shantae goes from that one random niche game that you might have heard about one time at random to a game that now has a plethora of games in its actual library. A ROM preserved that game and kept it available for people to play it for future generations, which inevitably ended up leading to the company that made Shantae, WayForward Entertainment, making a lot more money. Games like Minecraft literally survive off of their modding community. Skyrim, as a game, has existed for as long as it has, being played through multiple times because of its modding community. The only differentiating factor between a ROM hack and a mod is that a mod can be done to a game on original hardware, i.e. the PC, whereas a ROM hack is typically done to a game that you can not modify on original hardware, like a game that has only ever existed on a console. So a ROM hack, like Banjo and Kazooie Jiggies in Time, despite definitionally being every single bit exactly the same as a standard mod that would exist for any PC game, even if a person owns an original copy of the game and offloaded their own cart onto their own PC so that they could modify the game, does not matter in Nintendo's eyes. They see them as the same as stealing. Also, SS1964, thank you for the follow. Soft says, I'll never understand why Nintendo hasn't expanded to PC gaming themselves. Because Nintendo is of the idea, and it's not actually an incorrect idea, that they are a hardware manufacturer first and foremost, and their software is attached to the hip to their hardware. Like, they want to both sell the games and own the storefront that the games are sold on. They don't want to rely on Steam and Epic as a storefront. Microsoft and Sony do this with their exclusive games as well. Sony more so than Microsoft, but the idea of the console exclusive game is not lost on Nintendo, and it's not lost on Sony. So before they created the Famicom, they licensed their games for computers. Yup. So, what this says to me is that the Pokemon Company and, Nintendo, to the exact same degree, are companies that are largely stuck in the past. And it's also kind of how their companies have operated for a long time. I'm not going to say that Nintendo and their subsidiaries are bad. They're not bad. But I will say that when you will not allow an in-house set of rules to be featured on your channel, despite the fact that it is the most popular set of house rules there, and then when contacted, again, this is the Pokemon Company, not Nintendo, when contacted about the actual debacle, you say nothing about the debacle. You only say something about users playing the games. The question wasn't about users playing the games. The question is about two specific people who used to be employed by you. Did they experience this thing? Did that happen? I also, again, I will never agree with the position that a ROM hack is any different than game modification, and I also believe that game and console modification are things that not only should be allowed, but encouraged. Because this is how we get people interested. This is how we get people who want to actually be game developers. Many times, some of the best game developers, some of the most well-known ones in the industry, began with either starter software or began by modifying pre-existing games. Something that Nintendo would rather nobody do. Apparently. So you love mods, that's why I actually started playing PC games. Yep. He said it's like Doujin. Many of the most famous manga artists started off as Doujin artists. Yeah, it's almost as if doing something as part of your passion for fun on the side can bleed into it being your career in real time. I don't know what that's like as somebody who became a YouTuber as a career. I have no idea what that's like at all. But that being said, it was interesting to go through this entire debacle, see what the hell is going on with it, and I don't know, my position is largely unchanged going through everything. The Pokemon Company did not address the claims made by the specific people involved in the scenario, and the position on ROM hacks in general is also kind of a dumb one. It's very, very arbitrary, and it's very locked in the past. If these games were playable on current PCs right now, which Nintendo could do, or if they allowed some type of modification environment on their consoles themselves, then guess what? None of these conversations would be being had at all. a ROM hack and a mod for Pokemon Red would be the exact same thing, as I could purchase a copy of Pokemon Red on the PC for a nice clean $5 or $10. Quinn the Kid, thank you for resubscribing. Is it argument to Nintendo to allow modding on console Mario Maker? Yeah. But I'm not talking about, like, making a bespoke Pokemon game that can be customized. I'm talking about having a regular Pokemon game and then having the ability to customize it, code and all. So, that said, let me know what you guys think in the comments section below. I'm going to try to branch out and do a few more of these less heavy topics on my channel. I know they're going to not garner as many viewers. There's fewer people on my channel that care about gaming stuff than ones that care about, you know, politics and religion and philosophy and stuff like that. But I would like to do stuff like this because it doesn't burn my brain out as much. As always, everybody, let me know what you think in the comment section below and insert end of video tagline here. But this does have to do with politics and religion. Oh, dear. Not wrong, I guess. Big if true. I need to use the restroom real quick, and then we will continue on with the next bits. Pokemon's a religion now? Actually, the entirety of Legends Arceus is about Pokemon being a religion. All hail the great Sinnoh. Burb. And I'm back. Okay. How the hell is everybody doing? Ugh. Let me go ahead and get everything set up. Tired and won't be on long. That's fair. That's fair. MK Nets and Hero Dark, thank you both for the follows while I was AFK. Okay. Let's see, price. Options. No bids yet. Okay. Now y'all time for me to go to sleep so I can get on that repeat part of directions tomorrow. Gotcha. Alright, you know what? Nah, we talking about NFTs today. That's what we're doing. I've already done a video on this before. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to get people who actually give a shit about blockchain tech mad at me once again, and they're going to send me essays about all the wonderful things blockchain does and all the problems it solves, apparently. And you know what? I'm just going to give my reasons as to why I don't care. But let's go ahead and get into the fan art section first. This one is from Hawanja. Thank you very much. Said Cirrus Unblinking 1. A physical print of my prior demonic Cirrus fan art. 11 by 17 coffee stained print. There are no digital enhancements to this image. And apparently, Hawanja is also selling these, and I am okay with that. The next one we have here is from Secretly a Werewolf. May I present the most rendered thing I've drawn in months? Thanks for having a cute avatar. That is adorable. But there's also the full version that has plated steel caps and everything. The last one we have here is from Emily. Said, well, this is definitely a nightmare fuel after the last portrait, but decided to take my best stab at describing Cirrus well enough to get an AI portrait. That is certainly something. That is certainly something. As always, everyone, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is drop in the fan art section of Discord. With that said, if you haven't subscribed already, please consider doing so, and let's go ahead and get right into things after you head over to my Patreon. But let's go ahead and talk about something real quick. And I just deleted the thing that I was needing. God damn it. So, there we are. We have it pulled up again. Robalern, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. And Prince Catspian, thank you for redeeming your points for an Arahara. Fucking DGem. First complaint I'm going to make is there are people I've seen complaining about me doing the redeems. And you know what? I understand. If you're immune to fun, I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't enjoy, or what you should or should not consider cringe. But that's a you problem, not a me problem. Secondly, so Axolotls with Cream sent me this, and I looked at it, and I stared for a little bit, and then I realized I hate it. I hate it. Now, Why do I hate this? Well, first of all, let's go ahead and look at some of the recently listed things here from Board World of Pixels. Also, let's take a look at what these are. Heavily pixelated images of just random things you can find out in the wild. I could create any one of these images in 10 seconds by just going into Photoshop and running a filter over something. Said, is that the world on the blockchain? Fuck if I know. But none of it is actually like pixel art. It's just photographs that have been ran through a filter. At least that's what it seems to be. Most of them appear to be that way. Now, does this person own the original copyright to those photographs that had the filter ran on them? I don't know. But, you know, art theft in the NFT world, don't go to heck. Said, wait, no, these are royalty-free. Oh, so it's somebody taking royalty-free images, potentially, and trying to make money off of them. But how much money aren't they trying to make off of these? Gee, I wonder. So for Rarible number 9,991, we have a nice, cool 3,000 Ethereum. 3,000! Boy, howdy. For those who might not be in the middle of blockchain discourse, I wonder what 3,000 Ethereum comes out to. Let's go ahead and take a look. Don't worry, guys. It keeps on copying to keyboard. I'm not trying to copy to keyboard. I'm trying to hit the search button. Why is it doing that? Why is it saying copy to keyword? Okay, well, we've got the thing there. 4,000 or $4,029,313. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Why is my anger on? There we go. There we go. I wonder why I can't actually, like, Google anything now. Oh, cool. I can Google now. That's weird. Anyway, $4 million. I don't know. I don't set the prices on these things, but I don't know. What's this? Is this worth $4 million to you? If I were to be a billionaire and I needed to launder some money and I needed a lot of the money to be, you know, something I could write off on taxes really quick, would an investment in this be an option I would use? I don't know. Maybe. But okay. What's my actual problem with this? What's my actual issue with NFTs? Because I could go on a whole tirade about the environmental impact of them, and I've done that before. But let's go ahead and grant, for a moment, that if all NFTs on the blockchain, all were done with 100% green energy, let's grant that. Let's go ahead and say that they're made with 100% green, renewable energy. What problems do we have left after that? Well, aside from art theft being a very common thing in NFT spaces, which we could talk about, let's go ahead and grant that all of this is original artwork owned by the original people, and you know, who am I to say anything? I'm using a modified Pokemon Snap background in my videos, so let's go ahead and grant that that's also not a problem. Let's be on full even footing. So what do we have left there? Do we have the argument that they're just dumb? Well, I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Falsebound Kingdom, and that's a bad game, and it's also just dumb. Is that a good argument? No, not really. Here's my problem. By and large, this is my bottom line. Fix all problems with NFTs, and you still haven't solved this one issue. Artificial scarcity. There is only one place where artificial scarcity belongs. And it is not Growlithe barking. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I mean, that's just going to have to be an area that I cut. But had to go ahead and close my door because Growlithe decided that in the middle of me recording was the time that she wanted to start barking. But no, my issue runs down to artificial scarcity. That's my be-all and end-all. Artificial scarcity belongs in one place. Video games. In a video game, I can live the wonderful world of being in the middle of a post-apocalyptic dystopia. Do I want that in real life? No, not really. In a video game, I can enjoy whatever limitations I'd like to set on myself. I can enjoy the painstaking sound effect of hearing grenades lobbed at me repeatedly in the first Quake. But do I want grenades lobbed at me all the time? No, not really. Likewise, scarcity is something that I think we should be seeking to eliminate in the real world, not perpetuate. You see, the internet did this wonderful thing where it started to really scare a lot of major corporations because the internet, as a concept, eliminates the idea of scarcity from a lot of goods. You have a piece of artwork from a game that you like or a poster from a movie that you enjoy. Guess what? You can get that printed off. You can do that right now. As long as the original artist was paid for the work that they did, that piece goes onto the internet. Pretty much anybody has the ability to use it. That's a feature, not a bug. On top of that, let's go ahead and... Oh my god. Go away. Stupid song. Anyway. If a video game makes its way onto the internet, that is a video game that can be sold to 100,000 people. There's no scarcity to it. There's no reason to limit that video game to only have 100 copies that would be sold on the internet, 2,000 copies sold on the internet, 300,000 copies sold. There's no reason to have any of those limits because it's digital. Digital, as a medium, avoids any and all needs to have scarcity. YouTube, as a medium, I can watch a video 1,000 times, and unlike a disc and unlike a VHS tape, that video is not going to wear down. Having things digitally stored on the web is great. Things being scarce is not great. The only people that want things scarce are people who want to make money off of you. Because people who want to make money off of you need to convince you that the items that they have worth. And when we are looking at something that has no worth whatsoever and is literally ripped from what seems to be royalty-free stock images that everybody has access to 24/7, either paying a small licensed fee or no fee whatsoever, irrespective of that, the value has to be generated somewhere from these people. Their idea of generating value is artificial scarcity. The internet solved scarcity issues of digital goods a long time ago. I don't have to worry about not being able to find a copy of Earthbound. At least I didn't have to worry about it for the longest time because the internet was available when Nintendo wouldn't step up to that plate. I didn't have to worry about tracking down a particular version of the Dawn of the Dead movie that has the music that I preferred, because apparently the European version of that original movie and the American version have completely different soundtracks. Guess what? Thanks to the internet, I can find both versions. They are readily available for me at any point in time on a variety of services that offer them through legal licensed means. Guess what? The internet solved scarcity of digital goods a long time ago. My biggest issue with NFTs, by and large, if we fixed all ethical concerns, is they are artificially adding scarcity to a problem that didn't need scarcity to begin with. An artist doesn't need some magical rule that says that you cannot print out their artwork to make money off of the commission that they do. They also don't need something existing on a blockchain for currently existing copyright and licensing laws to not already be covering them. Not only does blockchain tech not solve any of these issues where art is concerned, it creates problems that didn't need to be created in the first place. That's my take. So if you solved every problem of NFTs, make them not stupid, make them something that never steals artwork, get rid of rug-pulling maneuvers that happen so often in blockchain communities. Get rid of every problem whatsoever. Make them 100% green energy efficient. With NFTs specifically, we still have the problem of scarcity being created in an environment where scarcity should not be a thing. Ever. That's my take. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. As always, everybody, insert end of video tagline here. They're short, sweet, angry, and dumb. Oy, oy, oy. Which means I can go ahead and get the next bit of fan art ready. But what if a billion EMPs nuke us? Then we're already fucked. I wish the Magic the Gathering cards I wanted were cheaper. So do I. Though I'm probably going to be building a worm deck here soon. In fact, that's probably a thing we should do here on stream. That said, next thing I want to talk about today is, of course, as always, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And y'all are going to get a kick out of this one. But first, let's go ahead and get into the fan art section. This one is from Raymalus. Ara Ara, you filthy degenerates. Bonk. Oh, thank you very much, Raymalus. This piece looks wonderful. I actually really like this art style here. The next one we have is from Scarlet Roselia. So that I drew how Cirrus would look if he existed in the same world as my OCs. I just realized. I have a question. Is there actually like a bunch of background noise that everybody can hear? Because I just realized my office is very loud. And I'm hoping there's not a bunch of background noise. Anyways, the next one we have is from You Love Nana. Said drew in ink and colored pencil. That is adorable. That is adorable. I like this outfit. Don't tell Bonbon I like this outfit because Bonbon might get ideas. As always, everybody, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is drop it on the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, if you haven't already, please consider checking out my Patreon, where I, not as frequently as I should, post behind-the-scenes stuff. Which, you know, if you're into that, then that helps out the channel more than you'll ever know. With that said, as always, let's go ahead and get right into the content itself. I'm sure y'all have been seeing this clip floating around Twitter today. But let's go ahead and take a look at it real quick.
No, I'm not.
Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene here.
No, I'm not.
So we've got people basically pointing out, basically media swarming Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No, you're a coward is what you are.
How is he being a coward? He's literally talking with you right now.
Howard, you're the one running away. You're the one running away. No, gun rights protect people. That stops people from...
Oh yeah, what does gun rights do for all the kids who keep getting shots in school? How am I a coward?
Representative Green, please.
Am I scared of guns?
You're scared of legal gun owners that want to protect their kids in school.
So I have a question. How many legal gun owners protect their kids in school? Just curious. I am sincerely wondering, would Marjorie Taylor Greene like to provide some evidence that legal gun owners actually protect children in school? If a school shootout starts happening, do legal gun owners just go to the school and start Ramboing it up to save the kids? Because by and large, I don't think that fucking happens.
Shame on you.
How? Shame on me?
Yeah, go move to another country where they take away your guns.
Ah, yes. don't fix things in America, only move to a different country that is not America.
I want to live in a country where kids don't get shot. I want to live in a country where kids don't get shot. I don't think you like that.
You know what?
So you like? I'm sorry.
That way you can give up your Second Amendment right.
So do you like living in a country where kids keep getting shot in school and dying?
We need access to the sidewalks.
You hate kids, really?
Yeah.
Are you the tourist guy? You were not voting. Yeah, you're the guy that said that the insurrection was just a group of tourists, right?
No, yes, you want to know how I'm voting?
Yeah, that was you. That was you. I recognize your face. So just to be clear,
Second Amendment prevent gun violence. The Second Amendment. How does the Second Amendment prevent gun violence?
You're the one that believes that
You need
the
to
insurrection
step out of the way.
a tourist.
Okay.
You're blocking a member of Congress. You're blocking a member of Congress. You need to...
So, did anybody see what happened there? Because I'll show you again, and we'll see it from a different angle here in a minute. But we have Marjorie.
The one that believes that
You need
the
to
insurrection
step out of the way.
a tourist.
You're blocking a member of Congress. You're blocking a member of Congress. You need to stay away.
No? Oh, well, maybe if we have a different angle, maybe that will help. Here, instead, let's view this from a different angle.
Oh, buddy.
The Second Amendment. How does the Second Amendment prevent gun violence?
Same moment.
That believes that the insurrection
Step out of the way. You're blocking a member of Congress. Blocking what you're talking about.
And once more.
The Second Amendment. How does the Second Amendment prevent gun violence?
You're the one that believes that
Stares
the
down and
insurrection-
boop.
Step out of the way.
So, from one angle, I'm sure that definitely looks like an accident. From another angle, it definitely does not look like an accident. It looks like somebody staring down at somebody else's ankle and trying to kick them out of the way. Marjorie Taylor Greene, representative of my district, willingly, basically, assaulting a reporter. There's a way to deal with someone in the way, and that's not the proper way. Yeah, there's lots of ways. So that I didn't see the side view, I made sure to try to find another angle before I went to talk about this. Let's look at the rest of the video, but I have some comments about the kick specifically. But
Members of Congress.
You can't block members of Congress.
No, you're talking.
You literally cannot do that.
actually, you literally can. Not saying you legally can, but like literally as a person, you can. Like that's a thing that people can do. Should you do it is a different question. Is it legal for you to? No, but like literally, I'm just being pedantic here. Literally you can. Literally somebody can get in front of you and block you. That's a thing literally you can do. Legally you can't. I think.
We're literally on way.
I was in Boulder during the Colorado shooting at the supermarket where 10 people were murdered down the street.
You know what? I support people to protect themselves with their guns, okay?
Why did you say to the children that keep getting shot?
Murder is illegal. Murder is illegal.
And yet, that doesn't stop jack shit. Look at that.
No, you know what?
Shouldn't Americans have the right to go to the grocery store
Americans
without
should have the
having
right
the
to
fear
protect
to be
themselves.
murdered?
Americans should have the right to
Yes, sir.
protect
Yes, sir.
themselves. Gun-free zones is where people die.
So, fun story. This one is actually kind of true. In America, specifically, places that are considered gun-free zones are areas where you are more likely to encounter gun violence. Now, the studies that have led to that conclusion have been brought up in question in different sociological circles. However, that statement on its face is at the very least, as far as I could tell researching prior to this video, largely kind of true. Now, there is a statement to be made about it, because when we're talking about gun-free zones, you have to understand that here in America, most people can just get a gun without too much guff, especially over at a gun show. So a gun-free zone existing doesn't do a whole lot when we can get the guns from basically anywhere. This is where a lot of the conversations about Chicago end up happening, where they're like, look at all the gun violence that happens in Chicago, but it's supposed to be a place where you can't have guns, ignoring the fact that Chicago has a dense city population and therefore is more likely to have more violence in the first place, as most densely populated zones do, and ignoring the fact that you can get guns from basically anywhere in and around Chicago, and bring them into Chicago, even if you can't buy one in the, city itself. And also, yeah, there is the conversation where people will bring guns into gun-free zones just to scoff the law. Liska Day Babbitt, thank you for redeeming your points for an fucking degen. Said, it's a gun-free zone. So we're being very fast and loose with the definition of gun-free zone. I'm just using it as an example where people say, look, guns are banned. Like, that's typically a thing you see where people say guns are banned in Chicago. Look at all the gun violence that happens in Chicago, ignoring like every other factor that happens that makes Chicago what it is. So, while yes, the data seems to actually suggest that what Marjorie is saying is correct, the statement on its face doesn't mean a whole lot when we look at other places as examples. Yeah, nuances for nerds.
Gun-free zones.
People died in the grocery store.
Yeah, it was a gun-free zone. Gun-free zone. Look at
the Texas grocery store.
Yeah, look it up. I mean, again, you can do that research for yourself. You'll find that what she's saying is technically true, but it doesn't help her in the way she thinks it does.
Grocery store is gun-free zone. It was not an innocent open carry state.
Like I said, you guys should move to some country where you can have guns.
So you're telling me to move out of the country. That is your official position as a member of Congress.
Buffet of government.
Okay, so I just want to be
But right here in America, we're going to defend our Second Amendment rights.
As a member of Congress is that I should move out of the country.
But you have a free choice. Go somewhere else. We have the Second Amendment here. We love it.
Yeah, again, so what he's trying to do is point out that this is a thing that a member of Congress should not be saying. The goal for any member of Congress should be to make America as it is safer, healthier, and better for the people who are in it, not to just kick people out of the country because they don't agree with certain ideals of the country. So, God, I wish I could stick her ass in the middle of the ocean, just leave her there. Jesus.
You know what? We will always protect our Second
I
Amendment.
should move out because I don't want kids getting shot in school.
I'm going to protect our Second Amendment. It's great.
Again, I'm not
you want to know why? Because I'll always defend myself. I'll defend my
good.
children. I'll defend my home.
Yeah, so, again, if you take this to defending your home, then sure, a gun to defend your home is a reasonable thing. I can understand that. But if we take this to defending your kids, you mean at a school where that's happening? Again, that's not a thing that happens, Marjorie. People don't go to the school to defend their kids from people shooting up the school. That largely happens, and then the tragedy is already done. Like, you owning a gun doesn't solve that problem, Marjorie. It doesn't. Dude, you send it to me, Bon Bon. Send it to me. Volsnair, thank you for redeeming your points for an wall. Now, I want to go ahead and take a minute to talk about this specifically again. This part here.
You need interruption. Step out of the way. You're blocking
The kick.
a member of Congress.
Excuse me, ma'am.
The kick itself. I want to talk about what it means to be a servant to the public that apparently gets to make $140,000 a year, get donations from people that are largely thrown to like really expensive cars and shit like that. Let's ignore all of that shit and just talk about being a member of Congress in general. A member of Congress is supposed to be, like a police officer, a servant to the general public. You are employed by the citizenry of the United States. We literally pay your bills. Like, if everybody in the United States just stopped paying taxes randomly, not that we have a system to let that happen, but if they did, then members of Congress wouldn't get paid. Their paychecks would magically freeze, because there wouldn't be money to give them, because the money comes from our taxes. I'm not saying abolish taxes or anything stupid like that. We need taxes for infrastructure. My point is that Marjorie is as good as an employee of us. People in Georgia, especially here in Georgia, District 12. Not 12. Hunger Games is on the mind. District 14. That one. Duh. Sorry that she's your congressperson. I'm sorry she's my congressperson too. My point is, if you're in Georgia and you are planning on voting and your plan was to vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene specifically, my first question to you would be, why? What the fuck is wrong with you? 2, do you want somebody who, as a congressperson, is willing to kick the little guy who's in their way in order to get to a destination? Is that a person who you want representing you? Because I hate to tell you this, but to someone like Marjorie, you are the little guy. The only reason you have not been kicked is you have not inconvenienced her enough. And as a servant to the public, and as a member of Congress, this is not okay behavior. Thank you for the hydrate, Sir Bombers. But now I gotta throw... There's not a whole lot of substance here. There's not a whole lot of meat on this bone, aside from, I don't know, don't kick people if you're a member of Congress. Feels like it should be pretty basic, but you know. I would hope there would be more people who get off the sidelines and start voting because of shit like this. Remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene got into Congress effectively by default. Don't let it happen again. Your 2 options right now are between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Marcus Flowers for Georgia District 12. If you've got a choice between the 2 of them, despite my misgivings, I would much rather have Marcus. Especially since, having talked with him in person with Raz, I know that he, at the very least in conversation with us, advocated for trans rights, advocated for workers' rights to unionize, and those are 2 things that I care about more than a lot these days. So, by all means, let's vote this bitch out. As always, everyone, let me know what you think in the comment section below and insert end of video tagline here. So my guess is she would have made it to week 5 of boot camp and then be kicked out, or maybe be dumb enough to be enlisted. Oy, oy, oy. Paul specifically said to pay taxes. Yep. Paul and Jesus. Render unto Caesar and all that shit. You know. Let me see here. They can quibble about render under Caesar, but they can't quibble about Romans 13. Let me see here. Alright. Let me get the fanart set up for the next bit because we have more stuff to talk about. Alrighty. So, is everybody here familiar with what Ron DeSantis did recently? If not, it involves lying to a bunch of people who immigrated to America, apparently seeking asylum, and throwing them into a completely different state on an island. And yeah, it's just... we'll get into it. But, before we get into that, fan art section. This one is from Idris. Fun fact, Slimes can absorb any liquid, but when absorbed, they have different reactions than drinking. Unfun fact, Cirrus has no more coffee. That is great. The next one we have here is from Life, I Guess. This took all my layers and all my soul. Well, it is standing upright and very happy. The last one we have here is from Closet Weeb. I may or may not have done this quick Koikatsu thing as an apology for the earlier coin. That is a spot-on VKS, Cirrus. As always, everyone, thank you all for your fan art submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop it in the fan art section of the Discord. With that all said, let's go ahead and get into the topic at hand. So, basically, Ron DeSantis took a whole bunch of people who were, not supposed to be sent to an island where they weren't ready to take a bunch of immigrants and got them on a plane and threw them there. Let's look at the article itself. So, Florida's Republican governor on Friday defended his decision to fly dozens of immigrants to the wealthy vacation island of Martha's Vineyard from Texas, and said similar actions could follow as a political dispute over border security deepened in his run-up to U.S. elections. So, what is this, functionally? We'll go ahead and take a look here. But this is a political stunt. It's public knowledge that Ron DeSantis wants to run for president of the United States in 2024. This is a political stunt. By being a piece of shit, he is going to actually embolden and speak to his audience, which are also pieces of shit. Because if you are a bully, you look at people who do the thing, bullying, and you nod your head and go, that's cool, I want to do that too. So let's take a look at how Ron DeSantis, the piece of shit, is going to actually speak to other people who are also pieces of shit. And, dude, do we have audio? Please? No? Okay. Martha's Vineyard. Some migrants were flown to the wealthy island of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. They said on Tuesday that they were duped about their destination, and Democratic leaders called for a probe of the move by Florida's Republican governor to send them there from Texas. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is up for re-election in November and is seen as a possible presidential contender for 2024, took credit for the two flights, which originated in San Antonio, Texas, and stopped in Florida on their way to Martha's Vineyard. The White House and residents of the vacation enclave called it a political stunt, as DeSantis joined Republican governors from Texas and Arizona in sending migrants north. The governors have sought to highlight the two parties' differences on immigration policy and shift the burden of caring for immigrants over to Democratic areas. For months, Texas and Arizona have sent busloads of migrants to the Democratic-run cities of New York, Chicago, and Washington. Florida now joins the campaign. Details of how the flights were arranged and paid for remain unclear, as well as an explanation to why Florida was moving migrants to Texas. The Florida legislature has appropriated $12 million to transport migrants from states to other locations. The two flights on Wednesday carried about 50 immigrants, mostly Venezuelans, as Martha's Vineyard's airport officials said. Hours later, after the planes landed, two buses sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott and another Republican facing re-election dropped off migrants in a Washington neighborhood not far from Vice President Kamala Harris's official residence on Thursday. One Venezuelan migrant who arrived at Martha's Vineyard identified himself as Lewis, 27, and he had 9 relatives who were promised a flight to Massachusetts, along with shelter, support for 90 days, and help with work permits and English lessons. He said they were surprised when the flights landed on an island. He said the promises came from a woman who gave her name as Perla, who approached his family on the street outside a San Antonio shelter after they crossed from Mexico, and the United States border authorities released them with an immigration court date. He said the woman, who also put them up in a hotel, did not provide a last name or any affiliation, but asked them to sign a liability waiver. "We're scared," he said, adding that he and others felt that they were lied to. "I hope they give us help." residents of Martha's Vineyard rallied to aid the confused migrants and offering housing at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church. Martha's Vineyard is best known as a summer retreat populated mostly by affluent liberal Americans, including former President Barack Obama, a Democrat who owns a multi-million-dollar vacation home there. Locals stopped by to donate money and children's toys while attorneys mobilized to offer free legal help. It's a stunt to make political points about not caring who gets hurt, said Mikey Savoy, 58, a nurse at Martha's Vineyard Region High School. DeSantis defended the flights, telling news conferences that Democratic President Joe Biden has refused to lift a finger to secure the border. We've worked on innovative ways to be able to protect the state of Florida from the impact of Biden's border policies. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Republican governors were using migrants as political pawns. Yeah, cruelty is the point. The entire point of stunts like this is to be the high school bully and have people look at you being the high school bully and nod their heads and wish that they too could be the strong-arm high school bullies, like you're being right now. The entire point is for this to be a story that he can recount repeatedly when he is on the trail for president. This is something Ron DeSantis is going to put as a feather in his cap so that he can go, look, Biden is not going to support the borders, and Kamala Harris, when Biden dies, won't do it either. But I, Ron DeSan Antonio dipshit, has the ability to save you. Where President Trump tried to build the wall, I will erect the human trafficking network. Oh, that's not the way I want to come. That's not how I want to come across. Those aren't the words I needed. I need someone else to write my speeches. That's functionally what's going to happen. And yeah, there's a class action lawsuit going on right now in regards to this. Legal questions. Several Democrats, including Charlie Crist, DeSantis' opponent in Florida, and California Governor Gavin Newsom, called on federal authorities to investigate. Massachusetts attorney Rachel Rollins said at a news conference that her office would be looking into the case and speaking with the Justice Department. The United States Department of Homeland Security developed a plan last year to fly migrants to interior cities in coordination with aid groups to ease pressures on border regions. A Biden administration official told Reuters, and requesting anonymity to discuss internal planning. The White House never adopted the idea, according to a second U.S. official familiar with the matter. The use of resources from Florida to move migrants from Texas to Massachusetts raises legal concerns, including about what information was relayed to the migrants before they boarded and whether they were coerced. U.S. border agents have made 1.8 million migrant arrests at the U.S.-Mexico border since last October. Many are quickly expelled to Mexico or other countries under a public health rule implemented in 2020 to curb the spread of COVID. But hundreds and thousands of Cubans, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, and others cannot be expelled because Mexico refuses to accept them or because they can pursue asylum claims. Many migrants who are released from U.S. custody in border states seek to move elsewhere to join relatives or find jobs. They often must check with U.S. immigration authorities or attend court hearings to obtain legal status. And this is the important part here. You are allowed to come to America without legally migrating here and seek asylum. That is a thing you are allowed to do. And if anyone in the group of people that DeSantis threw and trafficked to another state were doing that, then what DeSantis did was highly illegal. But let's go back to the original article itself, where DeSantis defends this. He claimed credit for a pair of chartered flights on Wednesday that carried around 50 migrants to Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. At a news conference in Daytona Beach, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis blamed Democratic President Joe Biden for what he portrayed as a failure to stop migrants from crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. DeSantis said the Florida legislature set aside $12 million to transport migrants out of the state and that his government would likely use the funds to protect Florida. From what? Protect Florida from what? Cheap labor? Like, here's the thing. Functionally, in the States, when people immigrate here one of the first things that they do, usually, is pick up jobs that people don't want to do, and they will usually do those jobs for cheaper. Now, is it ethical to pay people who immigrate to your country less money for same job? No, it's not. But the point is, if the goal is to say that these are bad people or they're a problem whatsoever, however you want to word it, economically, they're not even a fucking burden. Economically, they actually help our country, and we can back that up with FDI statistics that also show that, by and large, people immigrating to our country, illegally or legally, also tend to do less crime than local natively born citizens. Ron DeSantis goes on to say that there may be more flights, there may be buses. The state paid $615,000 to Vertal Systems Company Incorporated, an aviation business, on September as part of a relocation program for unauthorized aliens. The company did not immediately respond to a request for comment. $615,000. Can you think of something that money could be spent on instead? I mean, for me, $615,000 would be plenty to build, I don't know, a handful of townhomes that could house these people instead. And then you could get them, working on taking jobs. I mean, what is it people are saying these days? Nobody wants to work all the time. Wouldn't it be just, perfect and peachy to take people who are looking for jobs in America and house them around so they can benefit your local economy? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't that be good? No, just deport them away, just engage in cruelty? Okay. The flights to Martha's Vineyards followed a busing effort by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, another Republican, that has sent more than 10,000 migrants to Democrat-controlled cities of Washington, New York, and Chicago since April. The Republican governor of Arizona has also sent more than 1,800 migrants to Washington. Unlike those major cities, the island south of Boston is home to around 20,000 year-round residents and is a known vacation spot for affluent liberals. We already went over that part. On Friday morning in Martha's Vineyard, the migrants, a group of mostly Venezuelans, including half a dozen children, boarded buses en route to a ferry to Cape Cod in transportation organized by Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker, a Republican. He said they would be housed temporarily at a Cape Cod military base. The scene left some of the island residents who volunteered to shelter them at a church for 2 nights in tears. Locals had come together to donate money, toiletries, and toys for the migrants. A local thrift shop donated clean clothes, restaurants took turns organizing meals, and pro bono lawyers flew in to help the migrants with paperwork and immigration cases. I want them to have a good life, said Lisa Belcastro, who helped organize cots and supplies at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, which sits among expensive white clapboard homes in Edgartown. I want them to come to America and be embraced. They all want to work. So, before we continue on with this, I want to pivot to the more human side of this. Whatever you think about what Ron DeSantis did, his little political stunt, I want you to go ahead and watch this video real quick. Because we've gone over a decent bit of the facts where this is concerned. Now, let's go ahead and go over...
Arrived last night make it clear that they were lied to again and again, and fraudulently induced to board...
Load, please?
Arrived last...
Why is it not loading right?
Arrived last night make it clear that they were lied to again and again, and fraudulently induced to board the planes. They were told there was a surprise present for them, and that there would be jobs and housing awaiting for them when they arrived. This was obviously a sadistic lie. Not only did those responsible for this stunt know that there was no housing and no employment awaiting the migrants, they also very intentionally chose not to call ahead to any single office authority on Martha's Vineyard so that even the most basic human needs arrangements could be made. Ensuring that no help awaited the migrants at all was the entire point. They were provided with a cartoonishly simple map of Martha's Vineyard and the United States and a brief brochure containing snippets from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts website and instructions to change their address with USCIS when they relocated. This is especially troubling as anyone with even the most basic understanding of the immigration proceedings knows that USCIS was not the agency with whom the migrants would have to record their addresses and has nothing to do with their cases in any way. It is clear that this was an intentional attempt to ensure that these migrants were removed in absentia when they failed to change their address with the proper agency. This was a purposeful derailment designed to prevent people from complying with federal immigration policies.
And I want to pause on this real quick, because I think this is an important part to note. This literally made it harder for people to immigrate. People who could have gone through legal means of seeking asylum and then building up a repertoire of things that would allow them to be a United States citizen, this type of stuff right here, this is a governor going to cruel lengths to decrease the likelihood that somebody will be able to be an American citizen. The propagandic ideal that we as United States citizens have the ability to achieve the American dream is supposed to be a thing that not only we can strive for, but also anybody else. Anybody who is willing to come here and do the work. Ron, the sandbag piece of shit, can we have a conversation about how you are actively going against that awkwardly propagandistic ideal of the American dream?
This is problematic because the state should not be interfering with federal immigration policy. Before they boarded the planes, the migrants were processed by agents of the Department of Homeland Security, who listed falsified addresses on the migrants' paperwork. Agents apparently chose random homeless shelters all across the country, from Washington to Florida, to list the migrants' mailing addresses, even when told by the migrants that they had no address in the U.S. According to the paperwork provided to them, the migrants are required to check in with ICE office nearest to the fake address chosen for them by DHS or be permanently removed from the United States, with some required to check in as early as this coming Monday.
You know, after sending them to a state that necessarily they wouldn't be able to make it to any of those locations. Hey, violating federal policies. That's what you want your governor to do, right?
It could not be clearer that this is an attempt to ensure that these people are ordered removed, even as they try as hard as they can to comply with the instructions provided to them. There is no other reason to list as someone's mailing address a homeless shelter in Tacoma, Washington, when they ship him to Massachusetts. It is sickeningly cruel, throwing obstacles in the way of people fleeing violence and oppression, some of whom walked through 10 countries in the hopes of finding safety. It is shameful and inhuman. Many of these victims were deprived of medical care despite clear existing injuries. These are human beings who were deprived of basic human rights. To the people who find themselves, these wonderful people who find themselves plane wrecked on our island, I have a message for all of them. You are not alone. We have your backs. We are proud to be here for you. And we've got you. If the intention of those who perpetrated this horrendous act was to create a crisis, you have failed. Their demeanor is kind, their demeanor is grateful, and their demeanor is just that they want to be doing everything right. Their biggest concern today is that many of them have dates to appear in San Antonio Monday morning, Tacoma, Washington Monday morning, Washington, D.C. Monday morning. You tell me how that's possible.
We will be exploring all civil and criminal legal options to hold the perpetrators accountable and to prevent this injustice from repeating itself.
Okay. So, hopefully this gives plenty of context for the situation itself. We have a group of people who are here and are being trafficked around the country as a political stunt, and are not only being used as pawns, but being harmed in the process. This is Ron DeSantis. When Ron DeSantis shows you that he is a scheming, conniving piece of shit who doesn't actually value human life, believe him. Believe him when he shows you that he is garbage. Please. Kargan the Hunter, thank you for redeeming your points for fucking degen. But it's important to note in situations like this that there's going to be people in my comment section. In the comment section of this is all that just go, yeah, but look, Martha's Vineyard did everything they could to get people out of there as fast as possible, because Martha's Vineyard was not notified. They were not notified that they were going to have a bunch of people on their doorstep, and with the time they had, they were as hospitable as they could be and got them housing where they could, both in and outside of Martha's Vineyard. Prince Catsbane, thank you very much for redeeming your points for an owl. Owl.
Arrived last night.
No, don't. I don't know how many times I have to say it. The person who invented autoplay does not deserve human rights. Don't know how many times I have to say that. But no. So, a lot of people who try to do damage control for the GOP will actually try to tell you that, as I said, Martha's Vineyard did everything they could to get those immigrants out of their area as fast as possible. The fact of the matter is, they went to a regional emergency shelter that actually had the capacity for them, as opposed to the cots in a church that was thrown up at the last second for them. Now, why do we have this sudden increase from people like Greg and people like Ron DeSantis in bullying migrants? Why do we have everything here? Well, turns out that when you are 2 years away from an election cycle, you need political stunts as your backstory. You need something that you can rally behind. When Ron DeSantis is trying to convince you that you should vote for him over Biden, regardless of your misgivings where Biden's concerned, he wants you to remember this story as a moment of victory and triumph, as opposed to what it is, a red flag. But we can actually take a minute and look at the brochure specifically that was given to the migrants. That's a thing we can do to show that they were actually lied to. Because we should also point out that Ron DeSantis is going to lie not only to them, but to you as an American citizen. Because we have that brochure right here. Resettlement agencies who resettle refugees under the Match Grant Program provide cash assistance and in-kind support for refugees for an additional 90 days beyond the normal 30-day period for reception and placement assistance. Employees for refugee programs and services for eligible populations seeking employment. The refugee cash assistance will provide 8 months of cash assistance for income-eligible refugees without dependent children who reside in Massachusetts. And then we skip that song. They will provide targeted services for both early employment and long-term self-sufficiency through an integrated model including English and literacy instruction, employment-related case management, employment readiness, access to vocational skill training, and job placements. So, curious, is it on a place that wasn't expecting migrants to be there and wasn't part of any of these magical programs that Ron DeSantis is talking about? Or is it on Ron for fucking lying to people? I don't know. I'd throw it on him, personally. I'll be interested to see what the legal case with this ends up turning out to be. The benefits described in the brochure and the resettlement benefits available to refugees who've been referred to by the unit authorized to live in the United States are not available to the migrants who are seeking asylum. Not in this specific scenario. These are all lies put down on paper for the purpose of convincing migrants to go board a plane as part of a political stunt for Ron DeSantis. So, what do you think? Let me know in the comment section below, because I've given my opinions already. Insert end of video tagline here. Ship him and all dipshit Republicans to the middle of the ocean? No, you'd poison the fish. But also no, don't. All right. Do I want... So we've done 4 topics, and I'm starting to get a headache. I'm wondering if I continue, or if I just pace myself like a reasonable person. I think I pace myself like a reasonable person. I think that's the goal. I think that's what I do. So we'll cover the next... Jeez, I have 5 other topics I wanted to... How the fuck did I think I was going to cover 9 topics? What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell was wrong with me? Why did I think that was going to be a good idea? You originally started with only 7? Not untrue. I guess 7 would have been more reasonable for me to do. Still. Let me get my notes up. There we go. Because I have a deck that I'm going to be building here. Create a new deck. But I need to also get my... So, a couple things. Before we continue, do remember, we are also still trying to get some funding sent Gilly's way. If you use the ! Gilly command, that will bring a link up that will go to his Ko-fi. If any of you have the ability to help out with that, please consider doing so. That is not the way to spell that. Here. That is. That one. I did it. I fixed it. Alrighty, we're gonna look at that clarification. Alrighty, let's go ahead and talk about this this Pokemon thing that happened recently with Nintendo. We're going to go ahead and go through a couple articles talking about it, and then we'll come to our own conclusions at the end here. Because it was originally me talking with chat about this, but then I realized this is probably something that there's a handful of people in my audience care about. So we need to talk about Nuzlocke challenges now. But before we get into that, talk about Nuzlocke challenges now. And get into the fan art section. First one we have here is from Makashin. More coins. I mean, yep, they are more coins. They are per... And... boop. Get that over there. Okay. There we go. Now, let's go ahead and get... format. Commander. Fuck, what is this guy's name? Baru. Defiler of Vigor. Crush of Worms. Castle Garenbrig. Bonder's Enclave, Ghost Quarter. Where is... what? Ghost Quarter. Scavenger Grounds. Do you buy cards online at the shops you go to? Both. Online and at shops. Alright, lands. This needs forests. Uh, 15? $22? Like, I do both. Alright. $166. I'm not comfortable with that price. I want to cut that price down. Let's see what we can do to cut that price down. So first thing is... Worm Coil Engine. We get rid of you. Worm Coil Engine goes bye-bye. A Chromos Memorial. A Chromos Memorial goes bye-bye. Song of the Dryads goes bye-bye. So you don't like the ones near you? I'm sorry. Goreclaw. Goreclaw can be deleted. Ten cards to cut still. I refuse to get rid of World Spine Worm. That's too cool. I won't get rid of World Spine Worm. $6, Defiler Vigor, that's not leaving. Sky Shroud's not leaving. Elemental Bond, that's not leaving. Unnatural Growth is not leaving. Best sack for save money is proxy. You're right, but I don't like proxying. Like, I actually hate proxying. You think proxy is based because reserve list dumb? I don't play with reserve list cards. I just do not like proxying. I like owning the physical cards. If other people want to proxy, that's fine. They can do it. I have no problem with that. I don't like proxying. I like playing budget. You okay, hon? Oh, okay. Alright. Does this deck need Sylvan Anthem? Probably not. Probably doesn't. Sylvan Anthem. I don't think I need Mighty Emergence either. Right? These worms are already big. Like, worms are already large. Let's see. Alright, what worms do I have in here that don't need to be in here? Havenwood worm can probably leave. Actually, no. You're a flashy worm. I'm gonna keep you. Kalaka worm? No. 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 Sifter worm probably does not leave. Need more worms? I'm already running like all the best worms in here. Six Slime, Defiler, Vigor, Primordial Worm. I guess Primordial Worm isn't needed. Like, he just doesn't do anything. Primordial Worm can leave. Okay. Let's update. All right, we are at 107 cards. At 107 cards, what do we get rid of then? I guess. I don't know. Here, let me save this. Can you guys see this when I look when I send it for us to make cuts? Is that a thing you guys can do or no? I guess I could probably remove a Boreal Druid. One Boreal Druid can go. You can see the deck through the link? Excellent. Soul Swallower. At the beginning of your upkeep, perform more card types when you're able to put through one counter Soul Swallower. Okay, so let's see. Creeping Corrosion. I guess I don't need Creeping Corrosion. Wonder how much an Elvish Piper costs. I guess Momentous Fall isn't needed. Momentous Fall can go. Shamanic. I'm probably not going to have a lot of creatures on board, actually. Shamanic might not give me a lot of benefit. Okay, 3 cards to cut. Three cards to cut. Hookworm, Sifter Worm, Siege Worm, Plated Slag Worm, Penumbra Worm. I guess Llanowar Tribe doesn't need to be here either. Not the Lawnmower Tribe? Do you think the Lawnmower Tribe should stay? Means there's 2 cards that need to go. Colossal Majesty, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna keep the Whiptongue Hydra in. Ah. Hold on. I guess I could just get rid of 2 random worms? Maybe Scavenging Ooze? No, because Scooze takes care of graveyards. Like, I generally don't run green decks without Scooze. Because Scooze does such a good job of taking care of graveyard threats. Hold on. One place where artificial scarcity belongs. I cut. But had to go ahead and close my door because it's hard. But no, my issue runs down to artificial scarcity. That's my be-all and end-all. Artificial scarcity belongs in one place. Video game. That's my be-all and end-all. There is only one place where artificial scarcity belongs. Artificial scarcity belongs in one place. Video games. There is only artificial scarcity. Artificial scarcity belongs in one place. Video games. Okay, there we go. I've already done a video on this before. I'm going to do it again. You know what? I'm just going to give my reasons as to why I don't care. But let's go ahead and get... And you know what? I'm just going to give my reasons as to why I don't care. This one is from Hawanja. Thank you very much. There we go. NFTs are stupid. Yeah, it's the name we're going with. Anyway. Back to worms. If I were to just cut out the most expensive cards in this deck, I could lower the price down easy. I don't want to get rid of the World Spine Worm, though, because he looks so cool, but... Boneyard Worm. Bone Worm is equal to the number of creature cards in my graveyard. Scavenging Ooze doesn't get rid of my graveyard. You use Scavenging Ooze to get rid of somebody else's. Also, Yolkyu, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Boneyard Worm is just a worm that I can use on my own terms. Creature, enchantment, artifact, land, I guess. Good to be here. Love the YouTube videos. Awesome. Glad to hear. Oh, Enderaze Forerunners. That doesn't need to be in here. My commander is an Enderaze Forerunners. Why would I need Enderaze Forerunners at all? Oh my god, sirs, did you hear about Bofa? I did hear about both of these NFTs. Both of these nice fucking tits. Don't ... me. It's not fun when you do it. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that my goal was to make it more fun for you. I just realized I didn't export a video at all. I just realized this. NFTs are stupid. I didn't actually export correctly at all. Like an idiot. Mono green non-Hydra commander deck? Yeah, that's what we doing. Are we allowed to export? We are now. Who's the last one? Who leaves? How are you doing? I am tired, my back hurts, and I'm trying to figure out what card leaves this commander deck. I don't want to just drop it down to like 35 lands, because that would feel weird. Like, you picked the last one? Alright. Albite. Go ahead. Pick one. I think I already know what I'm getting rid of. I think it's Duskdale Worm. You have so many worms? Well, yeah, it's a worm deck. I wanted to try my hand at a worm deck. Can you change to your main model for reference? Yeah, absolutely. If you have enough ramp, cutting a land might be good. Probably not, given that it's a deck that needs lots of land. Professor Tesla, thank you for redeeming your points, friend. Oh, well. Perfect, thanks. Gotcha. Awesome. Glad to help. Let's see. I think... World Spine looks awfully costly. World Spine is very costly. I might take World Spine out to replace with a to get one later. Yeah. It might be World Spine. But Lacuna did say she wanted to take out the last card. So, I'm willing to see what Lacuna's choice is. I'm thinking World Spine so the deck is cheaper. There's that 16/16 worm. Yeah, I have Impervious Great Worm in here. Impervious Great Worm is definitely in here. Big Worm. Big Worm. Pterostodon is an imposter. Yes, Pterostodon is the imposter. Pterostodon is here to get rid of, like, random threats. Imagine that you're mine. So other people's lands? No, we don't blow up people's lands here. At the Surus House of Magic the Gathering, we do not blow up lands unless we absolutely have to. Won't the worms, but not used to be take care of threats? So, the worms take care of creatures. The worms are there to, like, kill my opponents and get rid of creatures. The Pterostodon is to get rid of cards that are not creatures. Like, the Pterostodon can kill enchantments and artifacts and, yeah, problematic lands. Whereas the worms are just big stompy boys. Oh yeah, Pterostodon can kill planeswalkers too. I keep forgetting that he can do that. Do you legally employ these worms? Yes. They get paid a salary of at least 2 biscuits. Naki Bree said, stop the presses, I'm getting a raise. Ooh. Excellent. Yeah, I think World Spine Worm goes. Can I work for you? I want 2 biscuits. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. You want 2 biscuits? 2 biscuits. I think we could manage that. But I'm going to start you off at 1.5 biscuits. Yeah, I'm not putting an old Gnawbone in here. He's a bit expensive. Yeah, it's going to be World Spine Worm. Because, like, okay, there's another worm that I didn't put in here that I want to, but he's too expensive. Worm Coil Engine. You'll dress up like a worm, too? You don't need to do that. Hey, where are my biscuits? You employed me for stuff. Stoffles, I paid you in money. Go buy your own biscuits. I paid you in biscuit money. You can use the money and convert it into biscuits. That's a thing you can do. You can stuff. You money gross. Yeah, money's gross. For Lacuna, you can have money. Lacuna get biscuits. Biscuits. That means I have to go to the store and that's icky? No, you don't. Just order delivery. Necosurate biscuit coin? No. Instacart has a $10 minimum and that's bullshit. Then get $10 of biscuits! That's the thing to do. Stonks. Think of the stonks. Get biscuit, mini biscuit. All of the biscuit. Why have you not considered the stonks? Now you really want biscuits? So I haven't missed anything. I had to go to meeting. I did like four topics. Now we're just editing. Suzu wants more biscuits. But Suzu, I paid you in money too. Money that you could have spent on biscuits. Why didn't you spend that money on biscuits if you wanted biscuits? How many people in this chat have I paid for things? Ah! The Lavender Prince, thank you very much for the follow. Salem says, I don't want biscuits. It's true. You got paid in monies to not be used on biscuits. Gonna wake up tomorrow with an inexplicable urge for biscuits. Which definition of biscuits? Whichever one I want. All. Every and all. Salem, wait a minute. I just realized something. Your biscuits cost €5 a pack. And I just have to get 2 to have the €10 meant. There you go. There you go. You could also get biscuits of the woodworking kind. Where's my commissions thing? It's rude to suspend counter that is yearly because I think it's mana cost. Oh, what is it? What are you talking about? I have no idea. I am naming a bunch of files because I need organization. Why did I just name one of these Bonbon Sweat? Bonbon VKS. Lurv. Bonbon VKS. Thick. There we go. Beep. And that goes in there too. Where is? Oh my god, what is? Do I have everything in here now? I think that's everything. Yeah. There we go. They're a family owned store. The nice are gonna rob them. Wait, just. What if they're family owned? Then your family. It's not robbing. Oh, okay, guys, I have a question. Speaking of art. Well, actually, Suzu, I gotta ask Suzu. Suzu, are you okay with me showing the progress on the thing you're working on? Are you okay with me showing that? Because, like, I'm excited, and I'd like to, if possible. Like, obviously, I'll show it to people not in chat without too much issue. Did you get the link? Yes. I got the link, and I've added everything to the place. Yara has access to all the files now. Oh yeah, I need to get this thing. We need edit. We need to get more edit time. OBS videos. Next thing, what?
Live in a country where.
You'll get a kick out of this one, fucking Marjorie. That goes there. That gets set to that frame. This goes here. Yes, can't. Next thing I want to talk about today is, of course, as always, to the fan art set. And y'all are gonna get a kick out of this one. All these YouTubers I watch work insane hours and it shows. What do you mean? Ara, you feel the art section. This one is from the art section. Here we go. There we are. Boop. I was going to just talk about being tired or sick. Yeah. I understand, like, why, though. Hold on. MTG kick.mp4. We did it. All right, guys, I need to show you something very important. Spooky season is coming up. In the last spooky season, we got a witch model that was designed by Mr. Stopheles and produced by Bonbonberry. This year, that outfit is being redesigned by Suzu for Slime Girl service. So, yeah. Also, do you see the boy? I'm most proud of the slime bottle. I am as well. Oh, Bonbon just reminded me. There is one thing missing for the witch outfit that Bonbon added to it near the end. Suzu. Would it be possible to add tassels to the sleeves? Like the underside of the sleeves? I might be able to get a concept idea of them from Bonbon if need be. But I completely forgot that, like, Bonbon ended up wanting to put tassels and then wasn't able to very well because of the limitations of Vroid at the time. But yeah. Said yes? Excellent. Okay, thank you. That is appreciate, and I appreciate. If I can see a concept, that would be best. Somebody's gonna get betasseled. Are you sure you mean tassels and not flares? Do I mean tassels and not flares? I might mean flares. I might mean flares. Yeah, I mean flares. You're right. It's flares. You're right. How's it going, Vibrant Toucan? Do me DM a pic of player sign to send to Suzu along with the original picture? Go ahead. That would actually be helpful. Throw it at me. Do I have this ready? Adobe Projects. Is it good? Oh my god, it's good. I can go to editing the next piece. OBS. So, is everybody here familiar with what Ron Desantis did recently? If not, it involves lying to a bunch of people who immigrated to America, apparently seeking asylum, and throwing them into a completely different state on an island. And yeah, it's just, we'll get into it. Fan art section. There we go. Stuff. I expect those pictures of Spider-Man on my desk by Saturday night morning. Spooderman. Yeah, Spooder Dooder. There we go. Got it all sent. Got it all sent. Okay. Okay. Rapid tags. How are you doing? I am tired and editing and doing my best. I have a very tired. What? We'll be done soon. So I'm gonna do this. Whee! 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 1 in the credits for people who are watching the credits all the way through. Understandable going 3 days down, 4 hours of sleep. Not for lack of desperately trying, though. Insomnia with bipolar sucks. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's see here. What should we call the video we did on the Pokemon Company? Like that? Like that? I don't remember who the people who did the Nuzlocke thing are. I'm bad. Is it? Nope. I need. It was Twitter. Pokemon Nuzlocke. You have come to inform you that you have befriended the French. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did they surrender friendship to you in true French fashion?
Have any stories to tell? Well, we have a video.
Did. Yeah.
Did it?
At the
Like,
same.
did everybody? Wait, what?
He really did. Like we
normal
got in
thing?
huge.
Pattern is.
I'm giving away a Nintendo Switch OLED in this.
Sure you are. Okay. I wish I could. You know what? No. Nintendo Life. Kit and Krista. That's the one. Kit and... Why is it not letting me add more tags? Okay, I guess it's, There we go. Let me do that. 20 minutes left to school? Okay, cool. I don't know what the fuck a Nuzlocke mod is. I don't know what a mod is. I don't understand basic internet things. My mom told me the internet is evil and of Satan. I'm kidding, that's not my mom. My mom didn't do that. Sidebar, while I'm getting this shit done, do y'all remember those really cringy Jesus Died for MySpace shirts? Do you remember those? Shit was weird. What's MySpace? Oh no, please don't tell me I'm that old. Please don't tell me I'm that old. No, 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 no. I refuse to be that old. I refuse to be that old where nobody remembers MySpace. No, 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 no. I'm not gonna have... You are not gonna make me have an existential crisis on this stream. That is not happening. Did they? Yeah, you're that old? No! How do you have a girl skin but sound like that boy? Sound like a boy? Oh, MKNets. Here, I can actually explain it to you very easily. You see, I have my voice, and it comes out of my throat. And the cartoon avatar is made by a lovely artist named Remixin. Also, there is one made by a lovely artist named Bonbonberry, and another one named Salem Sky, and another one named Suzusuwara. And each of them have made me very awesome models. And they are all very adorable. VTubing is when I look into a camera and I speak to the camera. And the camera interprets my emotions and then puts those motions onto the avatar made by the aforementioned artists. That's how. There's his old... It's true. It's true. I'm old and I'm withered and I'm gonna die. Everyone I love is going to, you know, they're gonna die after me because I'm way too old. Sure as need old cat girl avatar. No, no, I don't. What I need is my back to stop hurting. God, that makes me sound even more old. No. Said it always weirds me. I remember people are kind of older than me. Oh. You don't think I remember I had a dead journal? I mean, come on, I'm like 2 years old. Oh. God. It's weird to me that Facebook replaced MySpace as like the hip new place to be, but now Facebook is just boomer book. And there's a chance you might finish this fan art in time. There might be. I'm actually currently working on the episode list that's going to go to Yarakoro. Where's my road? Where's my shit? Sources? Hold on. I guess I can actually just show it. Dude. Is that it? Yep, okay. Where is the last one? One, two, three, four. Let's see. Do we have everything here? Okay, I need one video for... Think it done. You said it with instructions to the fan art channel soon. With instructions? With instructions. That's a... Okay. Let's see here. Okay, guys. What is probably one of the cringiest Christian channels out there that I could do a video response to? I just need to throw a third video on here. I just need a third video to send to Yara. Frank Turek. I mean, Frank Turek is probably... Let's see. Basha says, wait, hold on, hold on. Oh, no. Because, like, I want to get back into the habit of doing video responses. I used to do a lot of video responses specifically, and those didn't take as much energy as doing, like, responses to news articles where I have to read everything. But the content was, you know, identical. There's a Muslim sort. Vasha, if you can find it, you can send it to me in DM. Animakin, thank you very much for resubscribing. Also, before I go off, remember everybody, use the Gilly command, !Gilly, this one right here, Gilly, boom, to go ahead and support Gilly as well, which is what we're trying to do.
Our point is...
Okay, you know what? I found one. We're just gonna... You know what? You said Frank Turek. We're gonna add Frank Turek onto it. Frank Turek. There we go. That means I need to go ahead and pay Yara for that as well. Because Yara finishes them very quickly. Frank's turkey. Do you want me to send it in Discord DMs? Send it in Discord DMs. More likely to read those. Okay. I know it's Owen's thing, but Elijah list is a hoot and a half. I don't care what's Owen's thing. I will do what I want. There are people who watch me that don't watch Telltale, and there are people who watch Telltale who don't watch me. Ugh. And payment sent. I know, but some creators don't like to do that. That's understandable. I am not some creators. Yeah, who's the Circe guy? A mistake. Salem, are you trying to get me to stay up long enough for you to finish? Cause like, I'm about to pass out. I don't have a whole lot of spoons left. You're uploading it now? Okay. 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 Censorus. I will achieve sleep soon. Cat Kerr thinks there's volcano water slides. Okay, I have to read this for the first time on stream, huh? That's what you said? All right, Salem. All right. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I will read it. Okay. Somebody might have to clip this afterwards, because I am tired and delusional, but he's me beating up Coin. The coin is dying. There's coin splooge on the thing. I am wiping mouth splooge that is red out of my mouth. There's a person in a chair. Why are you laughing? I've defeated all the other coins. You are the final one standing. Once I defeat you, all the coins will be eliminated. Once and for all. It's over. You think it's over? You can defeat me, but I will never be gone. You see, every time you simply mention the coins on stream, we are reborn. It's an infinite cycle, a forever regression, where your suffering in an attempt to defeat us can only create more. More coins. Look, it's already started. They were never on your side, sirs. I am eternal. Oh my god, this is so somber. This is so somber. Oh my god, this is wonderful. Everything about the Salem, I want to take this and turn this into an actual video. Like a motion comic video. I want to do that. Do it? Okay, cool. We'll do that live. We will make that video live. I will do the voice acting and the recording, and you guys can see how I used to have to do videos with all of the bad takes and everything. And then there will be links to Salem. By the way, Salem's a wonderful person. You should go look at their webtoon. Salem, you should link your webtoon. That's the thing you should do. Will Raz voice the coin? Potentially. We'll see. We'll see. It depends. I may use this as an opportunity to do my my best villain impersonation. They have 2 going, then that's twice the link Salem's going to have to get in the next 10 seconds because I'm about to raid someone. I am about to leave. I am tired. You guys, I'm going fast. Go ahead, Salem the Hedgehog. Do it. This time, your serious webtoon. There, click it. It's linked right there. Okay. And then the silly webtoon. There you go. It's all been linked. All right, guys. Do you guys want to go to Femboy Hooters? Do you guys want to go to Femboy Hooters with me? We're going to Femboy Hooters, okay? Guys, this is the message. Just that's our raid message. Is this Femboy Hooters? We're going to Femboy Hooters, everybody. I'm taking us to Femboy Hooters. There will be chicken wings. Guys, I want you to show me that you're going to be spamming this in the chat. I need this in everybody's copy pasta. Everybody needs to copy pasta. Yes. Excellent. Keep that same energy. We're going to Conyers. We're going to Femboy Hooters. We are going to Femboy Hooters. Don't worry, guys. I'll take us to Goth IHOP next time. All right. I'm tired. I'm fucking off. Good night, everybody. Let's go to Femboy Hooters.
Yikes! We don't take those. What in the goddamn Sam hell? Well, shit. Now I have to do something cool. The fuck is Femboy Hooters, man? It's pretty sick for a first try. Shut the fuck up, Poltergeist. I'll kick your ass. This is not where I meant to go, but we're here now. Thank you very much, Neko Surus, for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What is up, everybody? Well, you just missed a big-ass political... What am I doing? A big political segment. Now I'm practicing Super Mario 64 120 stars speedrun tactics. Check this out. You can clip through the ceiling. Isn't that crazy? You brought him to the wrong place, Neko. What the hell is that camera turn, Negosaurus? I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint. There's no hootering to be seen here. Get the fuck up! Simon says, get the fuck up. Alright, this is not great. Alright, we actually came here. Wait, let me show you this too. Isn't that cool? Yeah, that word has unfortunately been ruined. Is this a medium? No, this is like a semi-large bomb. This is a bad bomb, though. Go, 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 go! Get up there, man! What an absolute shit show. Ah! Hope you had a good stream, Nekosaurus. Now that's a good bomb. That's an excellent... Holy fuck, angle is insane, though. That's a medium bomb. Nice. We covered Tucker Carlson exploding milk titties. Can you grab the bomb? I just want to show the new people some cool shit, Mario, you piece of shit. Oh my god. How's this fun to you? Shut up, Linus. Why am I over here? That save was insane. That was more impressive than getting it correctly. I'll give your mom a grade A steel bowl, Linus, if you keep this up. Any other cool shit I could show? Look at this. You're a grade A dummy? I'll kick your ass. Look at that. I fucking died. We literally already went over Tucker Carlson exploding milk titties. Or whatever. You're too late. It'll be a YouTube segment though. Exclamation point YouTube.